Oh, what's up? How's it going? So this time I'm at home. I'm not gonna get internet problems. Um, but last time I had like a whole bunch of stuff that I wrote down, so I was prepared, and this time I don't. So let's see what I had last time, just to take a look. How's everybody? Is anyone watching? Let's see. Yeah, lots of stuff going on in the world. What's up with the drones? What is that about? Who's scaring all of the Americans with the drones? Um, I guess we got the. Oh, hey, Annie. How's it going? And then we had the drama in the community, I guess. The big reveal about. I guess I didn't really have much time to process last week, but before that, I was processing how to categorize representations, because there's obviously different representations, and it looks like the cognitive functions are a good way to categorize representations that we have. So, like, we have emotional representations, we have logical representations, sensory representations, a lot of sensory representations. And then, taking like a table as an example of a representation. So this is where the word archetype came in, if Nico's watching. So like you have the archetype of a table, which isn't any specific table, but then you have like all of the specific tables and how they link up. And then you have like emotional relationships to tables, like maybe family dinner, or was good for this person or bad for this person, or yeah. I don't know if I had something on this. Oh, great. Yay, finally. Hey, what's up, Eddie? Thanks for saving me.
Yeah. Hi.
How have you been?
I don't know. I feel pretty like stagnant and stalled and confused, lack of clarity about what strategies to implement. So I'm kind of like hibernating and I guess like consume sleeping a lot. But I need to come up with new strategies and new routines for the new year. But I kind of get like this in December where I feel like it's okay to just like meditate and hibernate. And I don't have to like work all that out right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to implement those things right now. I just need to come up with a strategy. Yeah.
What about your molds, your 3D printing stuff?
That's one of the areas where I'm really stuck. So the ceramic store is officially closed on December 13th. And I was just so like shocked and sad about that.
Like forever, closed forever.
Yeah. And I think what I should have done, and now I'm regretting it, even though I don't have a lot of money right now, I should have gone there to see what they had. Like they weren't shipping inventory down to that store anymore from Portland, but they were trying to get, offload what they had. And like I could have got a bag of plaster or just any of these things that I need.
Right.
Yeah, for the work that I do, I need like plaster, powder clay, colorants, and clear glaze. That's all I need. So if I could have like grabbed one of those things, yeah. And so I've looked at so there's a store up in Portland. The options are to drive up there, which I won't by myself, not in my car because my tires aren't good enough. But someone will take me. My mom said she would take me, or I could get Russ to take me, but he's going to bitch and moan about it. He's going to resist, but like ultimately he will take me up there. We can make a day of it. Like there's museums and stuff there. He likes museums. Maybe.
Does he? Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I think he would bitch and moan about it, but I think ultimately, yeah, he does like to walk through a museum. Art
Right.
or natural history or anything.
Right.
I think he's lead consume. He likes stuff. He likes input. Yeah,
Right.
but and it's just I was trying to, I also just don't feel inspired. So I was just sitting down, forcing myself to do clay yesterday, trying to get inspired. And as soon as I started to do that, I got a message from Etsy. I've only had like
Oh,
7 to 10 sales this year, but someone messaged me and it was about a product that I made 3 years ago. Super cute. It's just been sitting in my shop this whole time. And she said, "This is awesome, but could you do it completely differently?" I'm like, no, I can't do custom orders when I don't have supplies. And then even, I think people don't understand, even if I had all those supplies with ceramics, the turnaround time is going to be several weeks because I have to fill
right.
the kiln. I can't just make this one thing for you and fire it at over 2000 degrees, you know, if the
Right.
kiln is full. So it's just frustrating because I've made all this stuff that I think is good, that, you know, like just like it the way that I made it. Don't, you know, don't ask for these little details to be different. Yeah. So like that would work. Custom orders would work if I was firing the kiln once a month and like had a lot of sales and was really pumping stuff out. But at my level,
Right.
yeah, I told her I can only sell things that are, you know, finished and ready to ship. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I need a strategy around that. And there's no point in putting a lot of time and effort into it if I'm not willing to play the Instagram game and market it. Because organic traffic is not working anymore the way that it used to on Etsy. I used to do no marketing. It just worked, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, so it's a matter of, you know, making the pressure to make social media posts, you know, every single day regularly. And
Is TikTok still a thing? Is that still a big thing?
well, I've loved TikTok in the past, but I don't know if it's going away. So, so I'm reluctant to put. I'm just cautious about putting my energy into places, you know, if it's not going to work out. I've spent so much energy, like in small business, trying different strategies that don't work. That makes me nervous until I know that TikTok is staying here. Then Instagram seems like a safer bet.
It's exhausting doing the play, 'cause like that. It feels like play to me, where like you just keep trying stuff, and you know probably half of it isn't going to work. But if like 1% of it works, then it's worth it. It's worth the 99% of wasted energy. But it's just exhausting.
Yeah, and you have to do the whole Pareto principle thing where you do 100 things and then you find the things that work and you do those again and you just keep narrowing down. But yeah, small business is just so hard. Like I was at the YMCA yesterday and there's this this guy, he's super handsome trainer and all the old ladies love him. You know, these old ladies like cluster around him like, oh, he's so cute, he's such a good trainer. He does this TRX, you know, with the straps and like instability strength training. And he's also a personal trainer. And so the one lady said, "Oh, I love his class. Isn't it great?" And the other lady said, "Yeah. And also he's my personal trainer. He does that too. And also he has his own gym and he also works at this other place." And these are
Hustler.
these are both boomers, you know? And the other lady said, "Oh gosh, why does he spread himself so thin? Why is he doing all those things?" It's like groceries. I think there's a misunderstanding about what it means to be a small business owner, like just how hard it is and like how much hustle it takes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Even given like the percentage of small businesses that fail constantly as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's ones like me that have been failing for 20 years, but yes, I just keep doing it, you know? Because you know, I have a good life. It's just
you do. You got your comforts.
Yeah, I really do. It's just not prudent, you know.
Yeah,
it's not safe for long term and like for retirement. It's pretty scary. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy a microphone that works with my phone, and I remember that you had one because like I don't know if I'm gonna need one anymore, but like I did an interview with someone out in the field there, but like it turns out crap because I didn't have a microphone.
Yeah,
so, like, I tried to enhance the audio with like a free program or whatever. It didn't really.
So do you need it to be also like super compact and portable?
Yeah, like what I should have done is I had a Bluetooth headphones, so I should have just used those at the time. But like like stuck one in his ear, stuck one in my ear, then we could have talked and would have picked it up. But
yeah,
I didn't
I
think of
think
that.
the audio on that is just as shitty.
But it's not as shitty as a phone that's far away with like a generator in the background and, you know,
yeah,
noise all around.
yeah. I mean, the USB that I have is just a Yeti, but it's big and bulky. I don't know if you want to take that out.
Oh, like no, not a USB, like a Bluetooth. I would use. You said you had like a Bluetooth microphone that you were using with your guitar.
I don't. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I was thinking interview. I wasn't thinking music. It's called Audigo. But I think it's unless they've made updates, it's iOS compatible.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's something like that. I'll take a look.
Yeah. And it's more geared towards music, but that thing, I think the noise rejection is the most astonishing thing about it. I was so impressed. Like you could go outside and play guitar at the park, and the
or
noise
next to your construction site.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have the footage. I just don't know. Like, I uploaded it. I don't know if I want to publish it or not because the audio is just so bad.
Yeah. In iMovie, there's a noise reduction, a background noise reduction thing that works kind of well. I don't know what editing program you have.
I downloaded a free one. I don't have an editing program.
Yeah.
There is a noise reduction there. It just didn't make it.
Yeah. So what was the interview about?
So like I'm with a like an Arab unit that's sort of with us. Mm-hmm. And so I found one of them there that speaks English. He's a Christian though. But most of them there are Muslims. He just happened to be a Christian, and he's the only one that spoke English. I was like, hey, let's do an interview. Like, let's ask you who you are and what you're doing here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
My friend I've told you about before, Seth.
Right, the one who wrote the book.
Yeah, and he lives in East Jerusalem. Right. But he's bouncing all over the country and in Gaza and everywhere. But he does a lot of interviews with military people.
Oh, cool.
Just to go and like do a report on. Yeah,
you should put us in touch just so we can just say hi and see what's up.
Yeah. I love that idea. I was thinking about the other day, like, wouldn't it be so cool if you guys met? Yeah.
You know him from back home?
I went to high school with him.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And he's got, I think you guys would, well, if you like talking about politics, I mean, he has a lot of opinions about how things have unfolded and all that.
Right.
So I don't know if you guys would align, but he knows a lot about war.
Right.
Yeah. I'm curious about his type too. He seems like an EP.
I mean, by the way you describe him, it sounds like that could be a high likelihood for sure. Yeah.
It's really interesting his typos sometimes, because he's a journalist.
Okay. So he's got typos?
Yeah. So I'm wondering like if it's inferior SI. I mean, I have typos, but of course it makes sense. It's very on brand.
Yeah. But like your SI is going to be better than my SI by a lot, right?
Yeah. So the whole thing with Russ putting parsley on my food, that is a thing now. Like parsley is his new love language. He's done it 2 more times. He just did it a minute ago when I ate before this meeting.
This is so weird, so random. All right.
It's sweet. I mean, it's the thought that counts,
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's something people do in restaurants. Like, you put parsley on food. But...
Yeah, it's just cute that he goes all the way outside and into the greenhouse to get it.
Right. Yeah. What do you guys have growing in your greenhouse? Parsley?
It varies from year to year, or from season to season. So he grows collard greens for me because whenever we eat hamburgers, I wrap it in the collard greens. I don't eat bread. He grows lettuce as long as he can. In the past,
can you grow your dream tea?
Yeah. Oh, just opium. Yeah.
Right, opium.
But that's just like a short season. Yeah.
But what about the other one, the one that you have in your dream tea?
Actually, I haven't looked that up. The mugwort.
Mugwort, yeah.
Yeah, that's such a common. Probably. I don't know if that wants to be in a greenhouse or in a cold
Right.
thing. He also has outside of the greenhouse a collection of carnivorous plants. And so they're really beautiful and sculptural, but if you look inside of them, there's dead bees. So the plants eat the wasps, and he really loves those. In the past, before I met him, he got really into orchids inside his house, but they're like so temperamental.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, tomatoes, marijuana. He will sometimes grow a CBD for me because I like that, and a THC plant for him, and it just changes like every quarter it changes. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's stuff like that that makes life so good. And the coffee beans too. We just
You're growing your own coffee?
No, but for 13 years now, he orders green coffee from this certain supplier, and
then you roast it yourself. Yeah, you were saying.
And it's just nice to have really high quality coffee. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have high quality anything where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Like you just take away all of your comforts and everything. You're okay. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. So is the new camp like rougher? It looked rougher than the last one.
Yeah, it's rougher. Yeah, the last one was like I don't know, it felt like a vacation spot compared to this place. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was thinking yesterday, I'm so grateful that I did a lot of traveling and stuff like that when I was younger. I was pretty adaptable in terms of, sleeping in weird places and camping and
a little bit too adaptable, sleeping in the back of a random truck or something.
Yeah, that I would not do now.
Right.
I wouldn't encourage any 16-year-old girl to sleep in the back of a truck at a truck stop. But yeah, back in the 90s, it was a little, I don't know if it was safer, but we weren't getting hit with these daily news stories of how unsafe it is,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I did a lot of camping, and even in high school, I lived in the desert. And so I would just walk, and it backed up to the public lands. And so I would just take my sleeping bag and wander away and just go sleep by myself. So I did a lot of that, and I felt that same thing you're describing, like you have all these comforts stripped away, but you're still okay.
Yeah.
And I also did a lot of travel, not all over the world, but, to some different places, and in Europe and in Central America. And I'm so glad I did that. But now I don't have much of a travel bug, really. Don't really feel the urge. But ever since the election, I'm getting flooded in my Facebook feed of advertisements to get a passport.
It's common, I guess.
A lot of Americans, and I think I will get one because we have to do this real ID thing. So it's like a different driver's license just for me to go to Colorado to another state. And so if I'm going to do a bureaucratic thing and fill out paperwork and pay for something, I want it to be a passport because that covers everything. It's like it'll cover the states and leaving the country.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's on my list of things to do in 25.
Are you guys seeing drones at night where you're at?
No, but there were so there were some reports, and then there's a bunch of fakers that are flooding the skies with drones and amplifying all the conspiracy theories. But the one audio that I listened to was a sighting that was in Oregon, and it was actually like a pilot. It was like an actual passenger pilot reporting it. And so that one was authentic. They genuinely didn't know what they were seeing, and the craft was moving in a very unusual way. And they're pilots, so
yeah,
probably really ST people.
Right.
Yeah.
I just don't know why they're not getting shot down.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why the government is saying like, it's nothing. I mean, yeah,
it's so weird.
Yeah,
It's like That's the way to rile everybody up. Just say it's not like.
Yeah, they're not gonna buy that. Yeah, nobody's buying that. Yeah, but it's just complicating things. Look, my thing.
Yeah, you did it. You had like a thumbs up something here next to your chest.
Yeah, but it is complicating things with just all the civilians like buying drones and flooding the sky with those because it's trendy right now.
Right.
Yeah.
You're still worried about what's going to happen when Trump gets in, or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm worried about healthcare for sure. Yeah, that's scary for me.
Yeah.
I mean, in my life, I've been really healthy, and now I have an appointment scheduled for January, and I have less confidence. You start to think.
I don't think like you can really abuse the public with hurting their healthcare and get away with it. You know what I mean? Something has to, like, maybe it'll get worse for like a small amount of time. I don't think it'll get worse for a long period.
I think because we've had the Affordable Care Act and it's gotten so much better that if they try to make changes and take things away, it's just going to be pitchforks. It's not going to go over well,
Right. Yeah, so we aliens, but good ones, fucking with the government on purpose. I hope that's what it is. That would be really cool. I doubt it, but I hope so.
I was wondering if it is anthropologists.
What's up, buddy?
Like if it was anthropologists from the future coming back to study the moment in time when things got really crazy.
Yeah.
The moment in time when things started to really get dysfunctional and everything started burning down.
Yeah. Well, that'd be cool too, I guess, if we could actually go back in time and observe things. But like, wouldn't our path be riddled with drones all the time?
Maybe.
Like at every major event.
Oh,
yeah. The JFK assassination should have tons of drones there because everyone wants to know what's happening there.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's good logic.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of it. Yeah.
But I mean, if you had time travel, I'm sure there's other ways to detect things than drones.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your take on what's happening in the OPS community right now?
Yeah,
I didn't even know about it. I just got people were messaging me. I'm like, what? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I didn't hear the announcement. I just heard people chattering about it afterwards. The thing that triggered me, I haven't really participated, but I did have to like speak up at one point in a Facebook thread. So the thing that was triggering me was people saying that it hurts their credibility.
Okay.
And first of all, aside from their relationship and how healthy it is, OPS is not a panacea, and you are crazy immature if you think that you're going to learn this thing and it's going to solve everything in your life, and like you have this magical code, you're going to learn it inside and out, and then you're going to be successful, like the textbook version of success across all areas of life. That's insane. But
that is insane, but that's how it's presented to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, I never, that was never my interpretation from what they were saying. That's not how I interpreted it. Maybe just because I knew better. I'm like, it's a map, but it's not even a map. It's the key on the side, like mountains look like this, rivers look like this, it's a map key. But the other thing is people saying like it hurts their credibility because they couldn't even keep, they couldn't even have a successful relationship. It's like, who says it's not successful? Who says it's a bad, not a good relationship just because they're not together? And even if it's even in good relationships, there are moments of dysfunction or dysfunctional patterns that you're working on because you're human, and that's how humans are,
Yeah, I mean, just the way it was presented, I think, is more the issue. Because like you're absolutely right about everything, obviously, and like this isn't going to save, this isn't going to save relationships. But like technically, like a lot of people did come. Hey, what's up, Dave? A lot of people did come to the community and like was taking all of this relationship advice as if like they knew best because they had the code and it was, allowing, I don't know.
Yeah,
The way it was presented was like you don't go to war with your drill sergeant for a reason, and so like they were each other's drill sergeants, and so now they have to go to war. They can't, like, that kind of thing.
but who says it's war? I mean,
that was their analogy. What's up, Nico?
Hello.
Thanks for the dance.
No problem. I'm totally the greatest dancer in all of primordial existence, as you could see. What's up?
What were you saying, Eddie?
How are you guys?
I think that like separation doesn't equal failure, and failure doesn't even equal failure.
Okay.
Because they're still moving forward. So I think the separation, from what I understand, was something that happened years ago, and they're continuing, like we didn't know. We could kind of speculate, like, how come they don't do videos together? How come?
Yeah.
But you don't really know, and it's none of my business. Maybe
I have to say the quality of the video has gone down since that as well. Yeah. For some reason, Nico, I'm getting a notification that you have low disk space.
How are you getting that notification?
That's what StreamYard is telling me. Everyone's fine. Me and Annie are both uploading fine. For you, it says uploading, and then in brackets, low disk space.
Oh, that sounds about right. Okay.
It does sound about right.
A nice, newly updated kitchen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that an Illuminati thing on the back of your shirt, or is that just your?
Oh, this is my fraternity.
Yeah, I was going to guess fraternity. So it is Illuminati.
Yeah, we're basically a cult.
Right.
Cult being short for culture.
Yeah, how's your disk space? Any of my business. We had a question here. I don't know if you want to try to examine it. Reconcile FE versus FI. I don't know if anyone wants to talk about that.
FE versus FI. Well, we got two FEs and one FI in this chat. I'm sure that a conclusion can be reached.
And he doesn't look interested.
Well, so I'm stuck on the word. What remedy? Oh, was it reconcile or remedy?
Reconcile. Yeah.
What, I don't know. What does that imply? That there needs to be a reconciliation between? Or,
yeah, I think just like looking at the difference between the two.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Not gonna lie. Like, one is like what I want. Doesn't really see the spectrum. Doesn't care. That's like the best way I can describe it. It's what it seems like for FI. It's like it doesn't care, and it doesn't care about the wants of others. It might be able to, like.
Yeah, I don't think so. The other thing is, like, whenever anyone says, "Oh, it's really simple," it's like, okay, you probably don't have a lot of nuance on this.
I don't think
I probably don't. I stopped doing research on personality stuff. I'm not gonna lie. After I got my type.
What are you saying, Annie?
Well, I think I would like to know what it is like to have FE. Like, what is it like to walk around in the life of a savior FE? I would just like to know what that looks like. But so for me, maybe I don't see the spectrum as well. Or maybe I see it in a different way, but I do care. The one thing I see about FI is, like, you tell me about something difficult that happened in your life. I'm filtering it through my experience. Like, have I experienced something like that subjectively, and then understanding and feeling maybe what you're feeling. Yeah. And I don't know if it's delusional.
So like a subjective empathy, I guess.
Yeah, I would say the empathy is more subjective, maybe. Or
because it's taking something that you heard and relating it to. It's taking what do you might call it? Something that somebody else felt, and relating it to how you felt and having empathy like that, I suppose. Versus, and what I guess FE can do is
I think what we're
take
missing
how
too is
somebody
the
else-
relationship between feelings and values as well, because like it's not. So let me try to dig up what we were getting at some point, where like feelings and values are related, because the way you react in a feeling way is going to reflect your values. I was talking to somebody, and she, like, I was telling her about my kids or whatever, and she started saying, "Oh, I'm really jealous of your kids." I'm like, and so what she's like, I shouldn't feel that way. So how should I feel? Like she has FI, so she was like, I was like, I don't get that logic. I don't get that, like, you have an emotional reaction, but then you're like, that emotional reaction is wrong, and I have to reconfigure something to have a better emotional reaction.
I don't get it. I don't understand. Why would she be jealous of your kids?
Because I was giving them attention or something. It doesn't matter. Like, but she realized that was the wrong emotion to have, and then like, just bringing it as an example. This was a while ago, but it's like recognizing that there's something in the values that's wrong, and you've got to shift your values now in order to make the feelings work out.
Is that movable? Would that be movable feelings in general?
No,
no,
that's
no.
FI. And has something.
Yeah, no, I don't know the scenario, but like the exact scenario. But like, say if you and I were friends, if we lived in the same place, and I liked hanging out with you, we go out to coffee and we have wonderful conversations. But you're an amazing father, and that's your priority, and you have to give all your attention to your kids, then I might be a little jealous. And then I would feel like immature and petty for feeling jealous, because obviously that's your priority. I want the quality time with you, but
right.
So I would feel like, yeah, that's wrong. That's an immature, let that go. Like, feelings are feelings. Okay that I feel what I feel, but I have to put that in perspective and let that go, because I am also an adult. And
right.
What you're doing is right. You're prioritizing the right thing.
But then, like, when you encounter that situation again, you won't have that reaction.
I might feel it a little.
Again?
Yes,
it's not like reconfiguring your values so that it doesn't.
No, I might feel like, I want some of that quality time. Right. I might still feel that again, but then I'm also going to, the thinker part of me is going to say, no, hold on a second. It's okay that you feel that way, but it's not realistic, or, maybe try to reframe it. But the feeling is the feeling. I mean, it could come up again. But I'm not going to let it change. I'm not going to let it control me and cause me to, like, say, behave in a very immature way, like do something passive aggressive or immature to try to get what I want,
Yeah, well, I noticed that's how the demon FIs behave more. It's like, for me, that was refreshing. Like, it really stuck out in my mind, because I was around a lot of demon FIs, and like, for me, that was a very different behavior. It's like, oh, you're taking responsibility for how you feel. Like, you're not blaming me for how you feel. Right. And so, like, yeah, I thought that was really mature. Even though, like, the jealousy is immature, I thought it was mature that, like, taking accountability for it.
Yeah. And
okay. Huh. Okay.
And that was there was a post recently on Facebook, and someone was asking, like, for Save Your Feelers, what does it mean to be responsible for your emotions? What is good? And I said something like, I'm a good steward of my emotions. She was like, what does that mean? And in the moment, I just said, like, well, emotions all of them are fine, and they flow through me, and it's okay, and they're allowed. But then I thought about it more, and I was thinking, something that should be said that I didn't say because it's so obvious to me is the other piece of the puzzle, that if I feel a certain way, hurt by someone, then I am hurting. They didn't hurt me.
Right.
Like, I'm responsible. If someone's being, like, super abusive, it's okay to stick up for yourself and say, hey, you said that and it hurt me. It's not okay. So we're not going to do that anymore. But it's my responsibility. You look at me funny and I'm really sensitive, and it hurts my feelings, but that's just like my interpretation, my responsibility. You didn't do anything wrong.
Mm. They are making me upset versus I guess I don't know what the FI interpretation would be. I guess what you said, because I think the FE interpretation would be they are imposing the feeling onto me and causing that.
I just
No,
don't
I've seen you do that.
I don't remember really any times in my life, or very, very few, where I would confront someone and say, you said this to me and it hurt my feelings.
Right.
What happened? I'm absorbing it. Like they are themselves contained in their own interpretations and feelings and whatever. And there
You're
was
also double deciding in there too. Yeah.
yeah. So there was an action, and then I felt how I felt. Okay, I'm responsible for how I feel, you know? So there just aren't as many moments when I would feel the need to
Right.
confront, I guess, and
Unless
say,
the person was like purposefully trying to hurt you,
yeah,
which is different. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like a pattern, yeah.
Yeah, I think blame just in general is just a mechanism to avoid responsibility, and so that's exactly what saviors are. Saviors are being responsible. So if you blame people for your demons, it just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so then how would a savior FE react in a similar situation?
I guess I am responsible for how everybody feels. I
Like, so
fucked up because I
no,
made them
no,
feel that way.
no, because like, okay, so what they would see is, oh, your kids must appreciate that, or like, oh, I see how you feel. Like they won't really look at their own. They'll see themselves on the spectrum of all of the feelings and be like, oh, my feelings are here, but like everyone else's feelings are here. I need to move.
Mm.
I guess they'd look as like, is anybody else also jealous of this guy's kids?
That's a weird example, but yeah, like no, like their reaction is out of the norm because, like everyone, like overall, the feelings around me being with my kids are positive. Like it's a good thing. My kids are happy. I'm happy. Like it's what's right with the world. Everything's sort of lining up. So like their feelings are going to hurt this sort of social cohesion. I think that's what they would be looking at. Where, yeah, and that's where the value is as well. I don't know.
The other thing that like, so I'm, masculine FI, and I don't know, so I don't understand why other people look at me and they say, isn't that feminine FI because it's so movable? Because I move emotionally so easily, but it's so natural. I'm so okay with it. Like I've said before, I cry every day, and that's not an exaggeration. There's something I'm going to hear in a radio story that's like really beautiful or really tragic, and I'm going to cry. And so,
He thinks that you guys don't take responsibility for your feelings.
I don't think all of them do, because I think that what we're also talking about is not just FI versus FE. It's a growth thing. It's maturity. Mature people have responsibility. Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah. But so people have accused me of like, isn't this feminine FI? Like, how are you so movable? How do you move so easily? But I don't know. It's just a savior. It's. So I think that's like an anecdote, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. It is an anecdote.
Yeah.
And then like we're labeling these things with like, we're calling this masculine FI. We don't even know what that means. We don't even know what the difference is. It's just, I like the idea of the clustering where like, yeah, masculine FI in general doesn't move the way you're describing, maybe if we understand it correctly, but doesn't mean it can't or it doesn't. He has a sore head. He's holding his head. Please do.
He's being cute. He knows he's going to
Yeah.
get more treats if he's adorable.
Uh-huh.
It's a she, but
She.
yeah.
Yeah. I had
Respect the label.
I
Respect
had
it.
a very difficult experience with my dog. I know. I always know why I'm crying, but sometimes, yeah, it is a hormonal thing, and it's like I'm in the mood to cry. I feel like I need to cry. It would make me feel good, and so I will intentionally look at things that might make me cry. You know, a movie or stupid things on Facebook, animal rescue things or something. And I do think it's true because you have different tiers and they release different stress chemicals. Um, and another time when I feel like I really could use a good cry is like when my sinuses really hurt. Sometimes I need to cry. And so I'll put myself into a situation where that's likely. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and hormones are a thing. Like my hormones are getting kind of erratic right now because of my age, and I've gone through these periods of time where I'm like, wow, I am crying a lot.
Ooh.
But I'm okay with it. It feels okay. I'm not resisting it in any way, so I guess that's why it feels fine.
Well, that's good. That's good. I don't know. Usually I hear, "Oh, are you crying?" Or, "Oh, yeah, I cry a lot." It's like, "Oh, are you poor soul? Are you okay?" And it's like, "No, no, no. It just be like that." And it's like, "Oh, okay, interesting."
Mm-hmm.
I saw this video this week. Let me see if I can share it. Where like it was a very young person who shouldn't even be talking, but is already recognizing their feelings. Here, it wasn't. Here it is.
Who is it? Who is it? Look at the door.
Excited, like she recognized she was excited.
Yeah.
Huh.
Just calling out your feeling like that. Like, how do you know how you feel at that age? Like, that's crazy.
Excited.
Yeah.
That's adorable. That's pretty good.
I wouldn't even be able to call out if I'm excited now. Like, how is she doing that? That's a magic trick.
Real.
So you're never just like, I'm sad. And like aware, like, oh, this is sadness. I am sad today, or whatever.
Sometimes I get that, and I'm like, I get the realization, oh, I'm sad, but then it's like, am I like, what am I sad about? I don't get it. Like, it's like with a question mark. Anytime I say I have a feeling, it has a question mark at the end.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Right.
Like yesterday, I was like existing, and I was talking to my my type twin David, and after the call and whatnot, I left, and then a little afterwards, I just felt like this great like wave of sadness just like hit me, and I was like, "What the hell? What is this? How am I feeling this way? What is this? Where did this come from? I don't know." And it sort of turned into like an observer moment of like, what 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 was that? I don't know. It was odd. I eventually figured out that it had to do with the fact that I was thinking about my past. And yeah.
Is it possible that like you always have a sadness under the surface somewhere, and that like sometimes it just comes up and it's there,
Yeah.
but then it like goes back down, but like it's always there. It's like it doesn't go away. Is it like in the chemical mixture at least? Like there's a chemical mixture of all of your feelings or whatever, and then you can like zoom in on it. I don't know. I'm just asking.
I've noticed that it's like that with me or somebody with depression like that. It's like it won't always be there, but there will be this like underlying current of just pain. Where it's like 99% of the time you're not like emotionally conscious of it, but you're like, at least with me, you're like observerly conscious about it. It's like, okay, it's there, but you don't know when it's gonna pop up. You don't know any of the three W's on it. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's relatable. It probably is to a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that actually that brings me to a video that I watched that I found very interesting. It was called "On the Heights of Despair," like by this guy named Horses. He essentially was describing what his sadness and whatnot felt like, and he describes of like, your body's physical, your wounds can heal, but some people can go years, decades, their entire life without their soul actually healing. They'll get triggered by the same PTSD, the same trauma, all of that. It's like that wound doesn't necessarily seem to heal on its own necessarily. I found
anyone who's in the chat, by the way, or anyone who's watching, you're welcome to click on the link and join. I'm noticing some new people around, so
yeah, please do.
Be happy to talk to you guys. Sorry, keep going, Nico.
I mean, I essentially said what I had to say there of like,
okay,
because the thing is, I don't like, these are emotions. I don't really have a conclusion on it, but there is something that I did learn, and that is that like I think trauma and whatnot
nice,
can be epigenetic, to where you can actually inherit some of the pain and trauma from your parents.
That's not epigenetic. That's genetic.
So you're talking about like generational trauma.
Yeah. Like they did a study with rats, I guess, and whenever I look at studies with rats and other animals, I'm like, the way that these animals are acting are so similar to humans on a fundamental level that it's like I can apply a form of this into a human. It's just the human has a level of cognition and consciousness capable of dealing with those animalistic feelings compared to,
I saw an interesting thing about genetics this week. Well, not genetics, but I think the DNA is way overestimated in its role. It's like we didn't come from DNA; we came from cells that reproduce themselves. The DNA, can you recreate a cell from DNA? No, you need a cell to recreate a cell. Like there's a living part of life that replicates itself. It's not all from DNA. And so one of the things I was seeing was like, there's this perspective you can look at your cells, is that the real driver of your cell is these mitochondria. And then all of life is just there to facilitate mitochondria. Like they're the real, they're the ones telling cells to kill themselves. They're the ones powering. They're the ones
mitochondria?
eating. Yeah, mitochondria are the ones eating all the food. Like they're doing all the. They're the ones who are requiring you to make lungs to get oxygen. They're the ones requiring you to have a heart to get blood flow. It's all mitochondria. So it's like that's a weird perspective.
Well, you want to know what's interesting is that mitochondria were. It seems initially a separate organism entirely.
Yep.
And it happened.
There's not a separate organism, not a separate organism entirely, because there's no such thing as our organism without that organism. So we are a symbiosis. There's no separate.
Yes.
Like,
well, the
right.
mitochondria
So it's not a separate. It was its own organism.
Was back in the, way back when. It was its own separate organism, and then a bacteria or whatnot, or what the hell ever, ate it, and it slowly over the time.
Yeah, this is just general knowledge of mitochondria, but I was talking about something different. Yeah, okay, something a different perspective people had. Yeah.
Okay.
And I've always been I don't know a lot about mitochondria, but I've always been fascinated about it. I think it was because it was mentioned in a book I read as a child, the Madeline L'Engle books, with the Tesseract and the, I forget what it's called. But the little boy had a mitochondrial disorder or disease or something. But
Right.
also, as it relates to exercise, like how important exercise is to your mitochondrial health. You just make huge changes. And with people who maybe are kind of out of shape and they haven't exercised in a long time, like maybe they get frustrated because they're not seeing outward results, but so much is happening inside of you. Like you're improving so quickly when you up your exercise game.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that mitochondria health also is where your lifetime is deteriorating. Mitochondria is like contributing to aging and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and like those telomere things or something. What are those?
Right, the telomeres is in the DNA. Yeah, the RNA. Yeah. There's like one of the things, like mitochondria also splices itself onto your DNA when it gets unhealthy, and so it eats up the telomere from the other side because it splices its DNA onto your DNA and it starts eating the telomere on the other side, like a virus would.
Yeah.
Yeah, some weird stuff with mitochondria.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot, how fit I used to be. I saw some like Facebook memory about like the year that I ran 1,000 miles in a year.
Oh my God.
And the day that I ran like my first 14 miler, and just like remembering how that felt. Man, I used to feel like when you're that fit, it's like you feel like a thoroughbred, like you need it. You making me sad. Like you wake up in the morning and you just need to go. And I don't have that level. I just feel like my life force, my vital energy is so much less because I'm not as active as I used to be.
It's still more than
Me too.
people Nico's age.
Well, I mean, I do have a baseline. Yeah. I mean, I walk.
Your baseline is still better than most of the teens today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is. It doesn't help with like it's interesting because the psychological conditions can affect your ability to exercise and your body's physiological health, and vice versa. So it can essentially be a positive feedback loop of just if you don't really get one into check.
A friend of mine's messaging me asking me if I know Luigi Mangyon's type. I don't know if you guys.
But yeah, what do you think, Mangione? Yeah.
I haven't even looked into him at all, really.
He looks like.
I don't want to give that kind of person attention, to be honest. Like I don't.
But I will say I am glad that people are so upset and looking at how out of whack the system is. I think like I'm glad that's top of mind. If we move into the new year and some of our health care stuff is messed with, people should be paying attention to that. I want people to be angry, I don't want them to murder, but I want them to.
Yeah, it shouldn't take murder to get to that point.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Definitely not. It's just
apparently they did a survey where like 50% of American teens are supportive of that move, and then like that's troubling to a lot of older people that like, oh, they think murder's okay. Where are their values? I don't know. It was a big conversation.
Yeah, well, the thing is that our values were kind of shredded apart by your degenerate society. So.
But, I mean, like capitalism in the form that we have it in now, so out of balance is murder.
is. It's
You know?
similar. There
Like,
are parallels.
The health insurance, like the extreme profit driven motives of the health insurance, that is murder. It's just zoomed out in like a big conceptual way. So you can't point at one individual and say like, he is a murderer. It's like the system is murdering. It's negligent.
It's super negligent, and there's a thing for that. It's called criminal negligence.
Apparently, the guy that was killed wasn't even that bad. He wasn't even that bad a guy.
Yeah, he's just The thing is, figurehead. He's
like a father.
What happened was the guy himself might have not been bad, but the thing is that the guy Luigi killed a representation of what is bad. And
maybe.
Considering him reading the Unabomber's manifesto and all of that, where it says the Unabomber's solution was to kill the.
I mean, I'm just against trying to justify this in any way. I don't want to justify this in any way. It's like,
well, it's good to figure out where intentions lied, where intentions came from, and the significance of said event.
I don't think so. Not at all. Not in this case.
I don't know. It is,
and this is like promoting vigilantism and like it's one thing if this guy was actually doing something, but like he's just a cog in the machine. He's not like you're taking a life. There's no justification for that.
Yeah, that's why I think like the system needs to be questioned, and I'm glad we're talking about it culturally. But I like I like political art, that's clever and crazy, like Banksy stuff, like that's the right way to get your message across and start a conversation.
Yeah. Hi, Dragons and Jesse. Welcome, first timer.
Hello. How's it going? Sorry, I'm trying to get my camcorder to work, so just give me 1 second.
You're good.
Yeah, no
you can
problem.
also just talk with audio. And Hank's here.
Okay.
Sweet.
I liked your guys' discussion on feelings earlier.
Do you have any thoughts?
I feel like I don't actually have trouble labeling how I'm feeling, but I still get more stuck because I try to figure out why I'm feeling a certain way, and that's where I get screwed up because that's not how I think you're supposed to handle it.
It's like, hey, where did this even come from?
Yeah.
It's like, and I mean, I guess sometimes it can be a new feeling, or like some bygone feeling that you might have felt like years ago that is just like shown up, and it's like, what the hell? What caused this? I remember, but I don't remember feeling this at the same time.
I like your Stevie Wonder look, Hank.
Yeah, Arpo recommended it to me like 3 months ago.
The glasses?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry for derailing the conversation. You guys were talking about the idea of if it's okay or if it's useful to look into the justification of why someone might have took the actions they did when it comes to doing something more heinous like killing someone.
Because it's always good to ask the why, at least, in my Savior Any opinion.
I didn't say don't ask the why, just don't justify it in any way. There's no justification for it.
The why essentially you're figuring out a cause. Like,
well, I have
intent.
No. The cause. If you're saying the cause is outside of this crazy motherfucker, then that's wrong. The cause is inside this guy's brain. This guy's sick, right?
Well,
you don't point at an outside cause.
It's
Jesse, it says you have low disk space too, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I'm lagging.
Oh no, Nico's gone. I wanted to make somewhat of a joke and argue that is it useful to know that Hitler did what he did because he failed art school?
Yes.
Bruh.
I think there's a few more historical things that need to be considered for that. But yeah, sure.
Come on, Jesse, you got to play.
I'm playing.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fan of history, so.
And
Oh,
sorry, go
didn't
ahead.
mean to-
I was gonna channel change. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
Finish what
sure,
you're
yeah,
saying.
go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I got a little bit of face blindness, but I believe you're the one that hopped in the subjective personality server, right?
Yes, and that is how I'm here somehow.
Yeah, I'm
Ooh,
glad
what's
you
your-
took my invitation to hop on. It's good to have
Thanks. Thank
What's
you.
your subjective personality name?
Mine should be Skomrowski. I'm pretty sure.
you. How'd you get that name?
That was given to me from my. So I had a parkour instructor. You guys know what that is, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Yeah. So his last name was Skoronsky, and he just tacked the ski onto the end of my name because they're both Polish last names. So he was like, "Yeah, it works," and I've just kept it as like a sort of unique identifier. If you could
Nice.
call
I like
that.
it.
Thanks. Thank you.
I haven't gotten too far into your typing video yet, but I'll see what I can process out of it.
Yeah, I know it's like it was 57 minutes long. It's a bit, but
I
Is the
watch
type that
things
has
on
loads of
2 times
space.
the speed.
You might also like to try CRG as well.
what
I
is
don't-
that?
INTP Dave guy is like really good at typing. Like, oh my god, he's
The
incredible.
CRG is like a typing group where they have like different teams, and you like
Okay.
sign up to it, and you'll have like a team of multiple people of probably different quadras type you, and like see if they can come to a conclusion.
I have something to say, and I hope there's like a million people listening. We need a couple of IJs, any IJs at all, for CRG. We have 2 fresh vacancies, including for my team.
I know a bunch like in real life, but as far as like my own circle of people who are aware of like Mr. Benjamin and Michael Pierce and the guy from World Socionic Society and all these other things, I watch it so much, and I just I'm grateful to have this opportunity to talk to you guys. I really appreciate it.
It's great to have you, man.
Hey, great to have you, man.
But
Yeah, make
I'm
sure
the
to
only
come
guy like
What's
where I'm at.
what specific IJs are missing?
I don't know. I need to look in it. I need to
Right.
look and figure out the specific math. But some of the teams, like for one of the vacancies, they have gotten very open about it, and they're just like any IJ, any IJ, because it's so hard to get an exact match.
Right.
So that's their philosophy. I will do my best to find them one that is the
Yeah, if you can find one. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
find one.
But
Yeah,
it's-
I'll take a look at it too. I'll try to help.
Yeah, it's so difficult. And I think some of the teams and I feel this way. I just want to keep going. You know,
Right.
I like
There's-
typing, and now we
Right.
suddenly don't have a member, so we're sort of
It's
stalled.
annoying, yeah.
Yeah.
There's one guy that I know that might be interested. He's in the subjective personality Dragon's Neck. I think you know. It's a floor / the dog guy.
Well, if you need an ISTJ, Hank's here.
He's not in my people box. I don't know anything about him, or I don't remember what happened.
But I
Not a
he's
single
just like
Tesla
a
took.
crazy IJ.
think
Not-
Hank feels like CRG is bullshit, and he does not want to be on a team.
Well, here's the thing. It's not that it's bullshit. It's just it's indecipherable. So it's not even bullshit.
It's not even. It doesn't even merit to be called bullshit.
Yes, it doesn't have enough merit to be called bullshit yet, because if we can't even. There's not enough
I'm sorry.
constraints to hold whatever thing labeled down.
Hank, I'm sorry that you can't decipher it, but again, that doesn't mean that that's bullshit.
Yeah, I can't decipher it, and neither can you. And that's the problem.
Is the problem is it like
That's a call out.
what's
Um,
the tetra the groups within groups or something like from Gulenko or whatever? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like where it goes into the
Yeah, and Model G.
yeah. Is
Yeah.
that some of the issues that you're running into?
Not familiar with anything to do with that.
Okay. I mean, I'm barely barely cognizant of Model G, but
Can you
right now?
tell me, like, what do you like about socionics, or what value do you think it gives to you? Because I've like kind of attempted to like look at it, but I always get caught up on like the terms and like them always saying like the term metaphysical, and it feels like a bunch of useless jargon, and I just do not have the reasons or the people around me to motivate me to like care about socionics at all. So do you have anything for me on that?
well, from my own personal experience, I would say that socionics is just another step in the continuation of understanding myself, I guess.
Yeah.
It's I think, like, from a historical perspective, you can look at it as being the equivalent branch that is, I think, again, please don't quote me on the history here. I don't have like the actual like dated history, but as far as my understanding goes, it's a equivalent divergent path that was taken by the Russians in the 1970s thereabouts, and that diverts from Myers and Briggs. And I think, like, if you look at it from like a third person perspective, you can see how these two systems are working, again, like in the OPS perspective, off of the same material. Like, you're trying to get at the same stuff, but you can see it like cross contextually from two different perspectives, trying to measure the same thing, and how most of the correlation.
Trying is the key word there.
Yeah, attempting. Attempting to get the same stuff, and how a lot of what's being talked about in both areas, again, being born from the same starting point, the deductive reasoning of like the premise, which is that Jung laid out, connotations we all just, anyway, it's very useful to see like how there are still major correlations between the two systems, like independently, and how that might add more validity to the proof to that might add more validity to the objectiveness of type, seeing how you have these two different systems that kind of did their own thing, but they're still correlative if you don't want like exact data to back you up.
Yeah, if you don't want exact data, if you don't want to be real.
Yeah, it's all theoretical. Yeah.
Trying, if you don't like exact data, you can try.
I never really thought that they were like correlating at all, because from my nearsighted perspective, they don't seem to be measuring the same things.
Yeah,
so it just feels like apples and oranges in that sense.
They also make it complicated on purpose. It feels like they complicate things on purpose, like putting symbols instead of, like, how do you communicate a symbol?
There's black and there's white. Like it's a dichotomy. It's the dichotomy.
Tetris pieces. They're Tetris pieces. That's what they are.
Yeah.
That hurts.
I'm not too heavily partial towards socionics necessarily. I just think it's like a very interesting system to try and extrapolate like at least a nugget of insight from.
I think I appreciate that approach.
I mean, they looked at the geometry. That's what I appreciated, is the geometry that they got to. It's not like a monolith, because you can get there. Like the quadra is just obvious, right? Yep. But like the fact that they got to it, like, and then the intertype relations is like they're really looking at all of the different permutations of like this type versus that type, and like the symmetries, like the equivalent of an INTJ versus an ENFP is the same equivalent of like an ISFJ and an ENTP sort of thing, or I don't know. But like those same type relations.
There's nothing quite like, I was going to say, there's nothing quite like getting typed with basically a symbol that I'd find on an IQ test.
Do IQ tests have symbols?
Yes, it do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben, were you kind of talking about it through like that one Steiner's chart thing that I learned about from your video, where there's like the patterns? I can't remember the name of it. Gosh darn it.
Dude's using reading Steiner to type?
No.
What was that thing called?
The Steiner system. Yeah.
Yes.
That's something that I did. Yeah, that's not.
That's not what you're referring to for socionics.
Socionics didn't do that, but like it's the same structure. Like the cognitive functions still follow the same structure. That is the structure. Is the Steiner system.
Okay, so that is what you were referring to in the socionics part of it.
that kind of analysis, yeah. But like no, like the intertype relation is like if they're looking at the patterns of like if someone's first function, the other person is like their seventh function, for example, like something like that. So like those relationships is like there should be a commonality among all of those different relationships is what they're looking at, which is something that no one else really is yet.
Yeah, the geometry of the relationships. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know how you can look at that. I don't know where you can find any sense in that, I suppose.
You put it into a
It's-
database and craft it. That's
It
From
also
what their approach is looking at the roles people take. So like one is like a teacher-student
Okay.
relationship sort of thing. And they're like, okay, yeah, this consistently is a teacher-student relationship when in this type, intertype. They have names for all of the different intertypes. Yeah.
Well, that makes
What's
a
this
little
other
bit more
link you have
sense, I
here,
guess.
Frank?
yeah. That's
Oh, Steiner system. Yeah.
yeah, but it's science system link.
Meeting Steiner. You know,
Hmm.
anybody seen Steins Gate?
No.
No.
I think I tried to like watch it, but I just wasn't ready.
But you want to
Um,
be a mad scientist. It's so
is
cool.
that an anime?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Are you
I'm-
into anime, Jesse?
I'm trying to get. I'm halfway through JoJo, and
Oh, yeah.
Yo.
and I am hopefully going to be getting into Helsing soon.
Helsing's pretty good.
I didn't finish that one.
I
Yeah, that-
also didn't finish Helsing, but I know it's good.
So that was me and Jack talk on Tuesday, and this is kind of what happens when I'm at a therapist, which is why I don't do that because I can use Jack talk out for much cheaper.
Man, you
So what
just
are we
went to
looking
the
for
wrong
here, then?
therapist, bro.
Oh, you're gonna try to figure out, try to give a label to a little conflict. It's more like a negotiation, but we're trying to figure out what to call it. But
Oh, so is this a bad vibe warning? Like we're gonna have bad vibes
this is
here?
a bad vibe.
Yeah,
I was about
sure.
Yes.
Epi
Well,
check.
it's saying
right.
allowing love to rule, so it's probably just like a double decider versus like single decider thing.
Yeah,
We're gonna
Jack
find
is a single decider for sure.
Problems of the United States government funding the murder and genocide of innocent people in Palestine. It's not something we should just pretend isn't happening. Okay? So the other part of this is I'm thinking of not just people like us. I'm thinking of those in nations other than America. Okay? I'm thinking about the Uyghurs in China. I'm thinking about the people who
Wow,
are
thank you, Jack,
brainwashed
for
and
thinking about
oppressed
them.
in North Korea.
What an amazing guy.
Hell, let's fix the oppressed and brainwashed here in America. That's literally what my goal is. Why don't you guys seem to care?
I do
This
seem
is-
to care. I do care.
I seem to
I
care.
appreciate what they're thinking, what they're saying. When I bring it to you, you get frustrated because they don't immediately understand your message and care to you.
Remember
So-
when I told you earlier, Jack, you can't send the whole world to the psychiatrist. You can only go yourself, right? You can't hold us responsible for your happiness, and we're clearly not making you happy. You're holding. You see
What
how
are
you're.
you? Hold on.
You're holding us
No.
responsible.
No. You're not going to continue your rambling. You're very good at it. You're very good at your manipulation
I was
bullshit,
holding-
man. What you said. I realize you're not responsible for my happiness. You're not responsible for anyone but you. And Banana, you've been very
What are we doing?
You've been
Hank?
far less helpful to me than you've convinced yourself of. He's gone now. He chose to leave.
It's just me and Jack for the rest of the show.
Is that it?
No, it's
There's
just
more?
getting started. Yes.
Oh, this is just getting started? All right. Okay, we're in for a long haul here. All right, Hank.
Okay.
What are you dragging us into? I'll speed this up, right?
Yeah,
Hey,
speed it up.
I see your excuses in your question.
Yeah.
Would these atrocities happen without the participation of the masses? If you look closely, you'll see it's the masses doing this abuse unto each other. Right. More blame? I mean, what's the point of blame? People use blame as an excuse. I've faced that excuse many times. People want to blame me for what they think. And I think this is what God is doing, because we're reflections of each other.
Oh my
We're
God.
reflections of God. And if you look at history, my life is part of history. I turned my back on God. I didn't trust God. I didn't believe in God because of what other people did.
Well, geez.
Great. Good for you, New Guru. Keep being right. Whatever.
This is such a single decider, right?
When I-
This is very
What comes up for you, Hank? I mean,
He's
what do we do
Dom,
now?
right?
Yes.
Okay, got
ENFP. So I'm willing to pick up blame for stuff I'm clearly have no responsibility or authority for, just to make other people feel better. And that's why I love the devil so much.
Okay. So what do I do with that?
Processing.
Do what you want.
What did you want for me to do with this?
I want to have but you're not interested in conversation. I can talk to someone else. It's not a big deal.
What are we talking about? I'd love to have a conversation, Hank. Let's fulfill your desires. What would you like to talk about?
Oh, so yes, let's go back to talking to all these power player move makers over rich people and their desires and goals, and how it doesn't align with your desires and goals. Let's talk about that.
Your opinion that their desires and goals don't align with my desires and goals? Why do we want to deal with hypotheticals?
Oh, it's not hypothetical at all. Because
What?
you're still saying they're not listening to me, they're not paying attention to me, they're not doing what I want,
Who?
Jack.
Okay.
You said that today.
Mm-hmm. That includes you.
So
I don't
it's
feel
not,
like.
it's not hypothetical, then it's happening right now, Jack.
Okay, but the people you were referring to, Hank, the topic, when I asked you, what would you like to discuss? You made the claim that you wanted to have a discussion with me.
Yes.
So then when
why are you saying it's
Okay, I'm gonna stop for a second. Why do you like this so much, Hank?
Well, but I like this so much. Yeah. So pretty much, I feel this is a negotiation, but it highlights so many disconnects that we have as a society, especially when it comes to the therapy culture. So many disconnects and highlights.
Can we clarify what the negotiation part is referring to? What's being negotiated?
Oh, we're trying to negotiate what the issue even is, just to start with. That's what's being negotiated. What the heck are we talking?
So we're negotiating about what we're negotiating.
Yes, it's a meta negotiation.
So was that guy Jack? Was he like an FE lead? Is that
yes?
Okay.
Yes,
and he was
TE. I'm TE. He's FE.
Okay.
At least according to our testing, but it could be completely wrong.
It seemed like he was trying to shame them and saying like, "Why do you guys not care? This is important.
Well,
I'm going to shame you."
Yeah, that's exactly. Just what FE does. Is like, as Benjamin pointing out in that video, where he was discussing the FI and FE, like the point of difference between the two. The FE is like, I am aware of the spectrum of hurt, and the spectrum is so broad that these like pillars of FI value stacking, only some of these are getting met, and we need to focus on this broader pool. And so as FI, if you're like, I might have FE as like a demonstrative function, Hank, or whoever is talking.
What number position is that?
That would be 4, 5, 6. That'd be 6 function. For some reason, I just thought Hank was ENFP for a second, but that's probably incorrect. But
I think you're closer than you know.
Yeah,
I think he's ISTJ. He's probably ISTJ or something.
According to my testing, I'm ENTJ, and I used to test INTJ. But you're probably right. I probably both ESTP and IS whatever. They're probably both of those, not my test. But I was doing is coming in with my tools. I always start fixing the thing, but we didn't have an agreement what the problem was, and I'll solve it. So what's gonna happen soon is I have to say, okay, what do I need to do to even understand you? And Jack won't give me a straight answer. So let's continue.
But that was the point of divergence between FI conscious and FE conscious, and how they're they're two different modalities that might be working with like similar material, I guess. And that's just what I was trying to highlight a little bit.
How do you think a INTP or some sort or ISTP would view the FE from it being in that position?
Well, if that's coming from the assumption that from the Discord that I was INTP or ISTP, I would assume that would be from a position of not caring. It's a very volatile state of I don't care about any of like anybody that I'm dealing with, and then being hyper focused on being gregarious in the.
But you still think they can see like the spectrum of values, like FE wise?
Oh yeah. Like my closest friend who genuinely cares about me as a person, which is very rare. I've only met a few people who genuinely were able to like see behind the facade of whatever I was putting up. He goes from hyper reclusion. He is like a mechanic by trade. I could not create a better example of an ISTP. He's a mechanic by trade, and he was able to. He is very like he pings back and forth between like caring about gathering everybody's emotions into like a nice cohesive fuzzy bubble and then just being like, okay, I'm gonna leave for a week and I'm not gonna say zip on Discord. And he'll like, but like consistently his main savior state of like TI and SE auxiliary, he's constantly like, here is this system that I understand, and here is the evidence that I have right now to understand it. And he's very comfortable in that state. And yes, I've been like, I've done 2 years of college with him so far. In almost all of our classes, I've been with him. He's been an awesome study partner, and he's just like the greatest guy ever. He's super cool.
That's great. I'm glad you have someone like that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Are you pretty new to OPS in general?
I've been around the block. I mean, I have been like, for all intents and purposes, a lurker on like every forum, every channel. Like, again, Michael Pierce, Love Who.
So you might be aware of me then.
Yeah, you were on the Love Who Discord too, right?
Yeah, I'm like the cult leader over there, you know?
Yeah, I think I have seen your posts there too. And I've read Michael Pierce's book. I've read Psychological Types. I have talked to Skimmerlit on Discord. I just don't. The reason why I'm here is because I literally have nobody in my life right now who cares about this as much as I do. And
yeah.
So I'm again very grateful to be on this.
That leads me to the question of wanting to know, like, why are you into typology, and what are you looking to get out of it? Why are you so interested in it in this time in your life?
Yeah, I know that it's like I'm going to preface what I say as like I understand the OPS doctrine is that people type themselves upside down. I understand that.
Sure.
But from my subjective understanding as of right now, I basically was like, at one point in life, I was like, I don't feel like an actual person. Like, I don't have, like, I'm doing like, I'm very good at doing things. Like,
you're closer to a force of nature than you are to a person, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like if you were to ask me to look inside myself and try and manifest that which constituted like a solid piece of me, I don't think like I could access that. I have.
I understand that too.
The feelings are there. I believe they are centralized. I'm pretty sure. The only reason why tangent I can understand FE so much is because I've done enough mental Rubik's Cube flips to like see what it's doing. Back to main point.
You decompile FE so you can simulate it, but you don't use it natively.
I would not.
It's funny because
so.
What's really funny about that is I got a friend messaging me right now, and she thinks you're an FE.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Closer to that, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if I'm understanding you correctly for the question of like, why are you into typology? Is it because you're trying to, I guess, find what is a good representation of yourself? Is that a good way to put it?
Potentially. I think it's the thing is, like, I see the archetypal nature of a lot of people in my life, and I can make judgments, keyword, based on the contextual information that they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And I can understand them better in order to hopefully help them a bit more. But yeah, I would say like it's just a naturally very interesting topic. Like if I weren't to like nitpick it too much, I'm just interested in it.
Is that it? Because I just really wanted to try to get the core of like, what do you specifically want out of it for yourself?
Yeah.
Talk from your DI, man.
Okay. All right. Yeah. What I'm trying to.
This is Savior's only here.
Yeah. I'm trying to. It is an excellent question.
Yeah, the problem with the OP assertion that people type themselves upside down is that OP hasn't decided which direction it's up yet.
I don't care about that part of it. I feel like that's not relative to the discussion. I know that's like the thing that Dave and Shan used to say a lot, and they say people are getting better these days. But I mean, when it comes to like, why are you interested in typology, and like, what are you trying to do with it for yourself and your life? Like, it's like completely irrelevant to that kind of question. And it just seems like such an important question.
Bro,
because
you're
like,
overcooking them. Those are getting over. Turn the pan down. Oh my god.
He likes them.
You're also mixing them too much. Just like leave them alone. Let them cook.
Way to do my
Exactly.
Let me do my DI thing. Okay.
Take them off. 30 seconds on. 30 seconds.
Go for it. I'm listening.
Yeah. So it's
More making sad.
No, to preface, I wasn't into typology originally. I was again, from, you could say this is the DI perspective. Like, I grew up in a Christian household, and a lot of my previous understanding of the world was based on theological concepts. But that, at around the point of 12 or 13, once I started to acquire like true sentience, I was like, I should probably go and check these other sources of like, the first source I think I read was Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and it has thus spiraled into, I have Beyond Good and Evil over there by Nietzsche. I have
Nice.
That's a good one, yeah.
I have the 48 Laws of Power, the 41 Strategies of War by, forget the name of those.
How the heck do you have time to read all this?
I don't like those. I honestly don't like those books anymore.
They're very scary. The thing is, like, I've seen what FE can do in a tertiary spot from, again, before I met this ISTP guy, my closest friend was an ENTP.
Hi.
And Demon FE, when used maliciously, is the most awful thing in existence. Like, it was not great for my mental health at all. But
you're
like,
saying those books scared you?
Well, it scares me because I don't, because some people I have read online about how the guy who wrote those books was either INTJ or INFP. Nobody can really find a
Robert
consensus.
Green's INFP.
What?
Yeah.
He's
that's from.
He's ENTP or INTP, one of those two. Robert Green.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
not
an
at all.
that dude's textbook NTP.
He's an NTP for sure. Yeah.
So it's part of it that makes it scary is that people don't know what type he actually was?
No, that's not it. It's using social influence that isn't merited via like actual achievement. And I know like everybody wants the FE thing, and I'm trying to like balance it
Isn't
with like, is
people's
this
opinion
actually
achievements in themselves getting people to pick you over other people?
Well, here's the thing is like I view like the only way that you should be able to tell somebody what to do is if you have the merited evidence to prove that you actually can deliver the results that are necessary. And by the way, I'm a business student, so this kind of ties in with that as well.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense then.
Yeah, that's kind of goes with my disagreeing with Jack too. So it's in the same, about the same thing.
Yeah. So but yeah, again, like I'm pointing towards my books, the ingestion of those materials and more recently Aristotle's metaphysics is just me trying to obtain a better cohesive understanding of how to delegate responsibilities and how to go about leading well as well. Like if you were to ask me like what's your NI directive for leading, because that's typically the type of questions that you would be prompted with if you're like, oh, you're trying to figure out, is this guy using NI or SI as an auxiliary? It's like, well, I'm 21 and this is what I referenced in my video as well. You're expecting somebody who has barely existed to have a long-term directive for their life.
Yeah.
And my NI Dom mother said that she didn't even have that when she was like my age.
Yeah,
You're saying the same thing in your typing video.
That's because these people have been watching too many movies when they have. There's a difference between one person and a chaotic road and a whole writing team. You can't make any long-term plans when you don't have a huge team behind you. They don't get that.
So you got
you need a writing team, Jesse, to
to
help you write your life, basically.
Sounds good.
But yeah, it's funny how that's like almost how you started saying the beginning part of that is like word for word what you were saying in your typing video. But I also have like a masculine TI bone to pick with like the topic of like people usually ask this question. I want to say that this kind of question to get to at someone's type is stupid, and I don't like it.
Okay.
And okay, that's all I want to say.
Okay, so like you're responding to the content of what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
The question that you were using that you said, when people are usually typing, they try to ask this sort of question, and you say that, well, this question is not very valid or applicable to me because of like where I'm at in life in terms of my age and other stuff, which is true. But I feel like there's so many other problems with those kind of questions, and I feel like it's better just to do what I'm doing because, of course, my way is the best. Everyone agrees with me.
Absolutely.
And it's better just to get you talking and just try to hear what you have to say. And that's why I wanted to keep going on this like DI question. I feel like we still haven't like wrapped around to you sharing your DI on like what is appealing to you in terms of typology. It sounded like you were starting to get at that you want to understand typology to use it to help you in a business sense.
Yeah, and it's the business sense as well as understanding the richness that I believe that I have like inside, because I think what a lot of people take for granted in regards to FI and TI dominant. Again, my brother is FI dom. The amount of clarity that TI and FI have in a savior state of themselves is far and beyond that which I can like provide verbally for myself, unless through extensive prodding.
I feel like that hasn't been my experience actually, but it depends. When you say your brother, or I think you said brother, is FI, are you talking in more like a socionic sense, or like what framing are you using to say that, so we can better understand what you mean when you say FI?
Let's go with like OPS FI and sprinkle of MBTI.
Okay.
So like stacking values, I guess, if that's the correct term.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
Yeah. and he's actually married to an INFJ, and we have the best conversations. It is so good.
What makes them good for you? Like, what do you enjoy about them?
We both talk about the validity of Christian orthodoxy, as well as the why Catholicism might not have a few good pointers, like might have some, might not. It's very, very interesting to see Pinging to Socionics, blind spot TE, or I guess you could say not having TE in a savior state and running completely off of TI as a rational process outside of FE. Because she needs to talk about, like, again, I prod her TI because I know that for her to really process what she's thinking about, she has to go through and say, this premise leads to this premise, leads to this premise, which leads to this conclusion. I understand the formula of that. And so I ask her and I help her like along that string until she gets to that conclusion that she was looking for, that she had, but she was concerned because she wasn't able to like verbalize it in a comfortable way for herself, I think.
It's interesting. It definitely sounds like you were trying to say that you enjoy information dominant conversations, if you're familiar with that term in OPS.
Oh yeah, I am.
But then it almost sounds like you kind of started changing that answer to saying like you really liked being able to help her progress and her thinking.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, the reason why it's interesting contextually speaking is because like there's something about NI DOMs that's like, I don't know where you're getting your info from, like, because they just sit there. She's not doing consume. She's just there. Like, she has like she tries to block out the sensory. It's pitch black in her room. She has like a ton of like those fluffy blankets and whatever stuff. Just sits there, maybe with her computer, doesn't do anything, comes out and produces this revelatory thought. And I'm like, where did that come from? It's happened several times.
It's because it's stuff that's just right in front of you. They're more sensitive than you are.
Yeah, and it has been interesting too, like pinging.
Yeah, it looks like a magic trick. It comes from the SE, basically, the NI. It comes from all of that SE, and you just like sort of boil it all down to like some NI.
Oh, you reduce it like a mixture. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you reduce it to some NI, and it looks like a magic trick to you guys, but it's not. It's just comes from the SE.
Yeah. It happens. It's a mechanism that happens unconsciously, where
no, not always. You can.
Now when we do it,
it's a bit of both. It's a bit.
Just getting Discord notification.
Now when we do it, we do it consciously. You just don't comprehend it.
Yeah.
I could walk you through it slowly, but it just to take a while for it to translate to your what called
banal
deterministic framework.
So you're saying like the punchiness of SE is like more you want to get it out there instead of walking through the slower process of like unraveling the yarn that got to that thing that you just want to express.
Well, here's the problem. But the yarn is not even the correct yarn. It's not how they even did it. So they're wasting time with how they think they did it. It's not actually the real path. It's just
you can't reverse engineer it. That's one of the problems I have with the Shan typing videos when she's trying to explain things. Is you can't reverse engineer it. Like you have to get the SE in the moment and generate the NI as the SE is coming. Because when you're doing it the other way around, it doesn't make sense.
You would have to like be there.
You already saw the end of the movie.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's like that is the reason why it's called a contextual perception axis, and that's why NI sees NE as super random, because like you can't get this information from right now. You would have had to have it in the peripheral sense, as in that web of connections and stuff, in order to make those like in the moment connections. Okay.
Yeah, cool. It's in the moment.
Yeah.
Genius. It's like Rick and Morty. Genius happens in the moment. You have to be right when they discovered this coin and this. You like be there with them when they did it.
But is that like an NE response, or is that like, because the NE is that like explosive generation of peripheral information, though, whereas NI is that like concise like stab from the SE data that is ultimately contextual, right?
Yeah.
I'm
It's
guessing
gonna
it's
be like a
multiple
bad
parts.
analogy, but like okay, like the movie The Sixth
Yeah.
Sense. Like at the end, you realize he's a ghost. Sorry, spoiler alert.
I haven't seen the movie.
Oh no! All right.
It's
Anyways,
okay.
at the end, you realize he's a ghost, and then like in the middle of the movie, you could have picked up on it. You could have figured it out with all of the SE you keep getting. And so like an NI dom would be like, oh, he's a ghost. And it's like, where did you see that? How did you see the end of the movie? But like for you, you're still in
Predictable.
like you're still in the movie, so you don't. But now when they try to explain, oh, I know why he's a ghost. Here, look at this, look at this, look at this. It's like you could never notice those things unless you already know he's a ghost. Like the things you noticed in order to conclude that he was a ghost is different than the things you're noticing now that you already know he's a ghost.
Okay.
Which is why it's hard to reverse engineer the NI.
Yeah. So what happens is that I think you can't turn off the extroverted functions. They just go.
Bias
what
training,
happens with
Benjamin.
the-
You're talking about bias training. That their biases are already trained for a certain bias. That you're already going to see what you want to see.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
you see
so-
it because you want to see it. It's like already sawed.
So then, so then what happens?
So,
is
do you see me?
that,
Why am I so laggy? What's going on? You see I got like 30
Are you a
frames.
ghost?
Well, turn off your fake background to go faster.
No,
Hey,
you,
maybe I'll turn
you
off-
don't have low disk space. It's only Jesse and Nico that have low disk space.
Here,
You're
try turning down the
Probably-
resolution of your camera. That's what I
Probably
did.
DNS.
Only Jesse and Nico are low disk space. Interesting. Is that new? That must be new. They must have.
Did you
plugged
see
it.
that? Can you see that?
I can.
Yeah.
Why is everyone uploading? What does that mean? Uploading.
Well,
Oh,
'cause you're
that
uploading your
means
video.
it's staying
No,
going
this
to
is the
server.
collective conscious, so we're not actually real right now. We're just
All right. Is this
projections.
better?
Yeah,
I don't
it's
think it's
better.
better. No, it's not. It's not better at all.
Dave, you have an announcement, right?
I do have an announcement. Yeah, so I will no longer be able to be co-host for streams after starting next year. I'll be working full time instead.
yeah.
Congratulations.
And still be doing other stuff. So, yeah. You'll still. I'm not gonna disappear forever. I'll still come on. But yeah, we need
Can't you just
someone to
move
take
it
You're
over.
running away from
Can't
ops
you just
too?
say you're gonna work on Saturday instead?
I was always
Thursday?
running away from ops. I was always running away. Slowly but surely, after talking with you.
Nice.
Basically.
Yeah.
Let's
no,
say
yeah,
I work
being on the
Sunday instead of
streams
Thursday.
has been really great. Exactly what you're saying, Jesse. Like, yes, come on here. Like, it's nice to talk with other people about the stuff you're obsessed about, and get some attention for it. You know.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I've gotten. I've gotten some of my needs met over there, and I think like I'm good. I'm good. I can go to the next.
We should
stage.
not have met your needs. That way you would have kept coming back. It sucks.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
We messed that
I
up.
like you guys. Why would
It's
I
weird.
say no?
I've noticed that a lot in my section of the community where like everyone is like gone, and it's kind of sad. But I'm thinking it's like a good thing because instead of obsessing over the typology stuff, it's like people are off living their lives, and it's like
yeah.
interesting.
You telling me they have better things to do?
Yeah, they grew up, man. They left the nest.
Oh,
They left my
all
dragon's
those-
nest.
All those 16 to 20-year-olds in the
Oh my god.
Reddit and the Discord, they're like, "Oh wait, I got life."
So the co-host seat is open. If
The
anyone wants
co-host
to
seat is
co-host.
open. You can only choose one person to be his Pokemon, and I was his Pikachu.
No, you're the Pokemon. The next co-host is going to be something different. We'll figure
I'm
it
gonna.
out.
Can I be the Digimon?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'd be great. I could perfectly do it if I could, like, go without sleep for my night shift job.
Oh, really? Name one Digimon.
Agumon.
Okay, that is a one.
Make it.
Okay.
Make a Digimon.
Can you name another one, Hank? Do you know the Digimon?
No.
Okay, it's calling your bluff.
Garurumon. Yeah, Jesse. To vibe check you. How were you feeling about like my questions, and do you feel pretty comfortable and I guess seen and heard?
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously very good questions. If you're not someone who's asking yourself that all the time, that is like what you need to be prompted about. And as I should use this like the first person as I, so I'm not just continually like, oh, it's what you need to be thinking about or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's definitely things that I'm working on personally answering, because like that's the entire journey of individuation, is like accessing like the fullness of who you are and like leveraging that to live the best life possible.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, you got to be able to take it.
Well, it's been really great having you here, and I appreciate you humoring me. But I think I'm going to let you guys do your thing, and I'll just talk to you later. And feel free to message me if you need anything, Jesse.
All right.
Bye,
Thanks so
now.
much.
Jumping
I
on, Dave.
appreciate it.
Dragon,
Yep. Bye.
I'll see you around.
Bye.
enjoy your night shift.
Send me some
I
more
will.
memes. I love them. They're great.
Uploads in progress. What? We recommend you stay in the studio until all
Okay,
recording.
never mind. Okay, I got it. All good. All good.
Okay,
It's
cool.
gone.
Ben, can you
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah.
If you want my help with co-hosting, I'm always here. If you find
Okay.
someone else who wants it more, or someone you feel more comfortable with, that's fine too. But
No, it's not comfortable or anything. It's just, yeah. It's
yeah, I
awesome.
know.
It's gonna be great.
Like last week when you weren't here, I was trying to like moderate a little bit, or like change
Right.
channel, move things around, be a little bossy sometimes when I need to be, and it was difficult, but I think it's good for me. So
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're up to it.
yep.
What about you, Hank?
No.
You wanna be co-host? No. You got vetoed by Dave.
I still
Oh,
I get some decision on who replaces me.
Oh, okay, you do?
Okay, Dave. Let's go.
I'm
whatever.
so laggy. What is this?
Yes,
I'm literally,
yes,
like, fading
yes.
away into the
I
distance.
understand. I've been through this before. I've been with the Link user group. They rather destroy the whole thing than let me run the thing. I've been here before. And so I'm not surprised.
Hank,
You're not
good
surprised.
bit,
Oh,
man.
you're
Like,
no.
man.
It's all good, Hank.
How?
No, I'm not surprised. I've been here before. Then I get told by shrinks it's all my head. So
It's
it's
all
my
in your head.
fault.
That's
I
what the shrinks
I
say.
never get what I want. It's all
It's
my.
still in your
I
head.
like being.
Still-
I like
still
being.
there.
The
Okay,
bug
sorry.
having the bug pull come out of me. I must like it. And it's
Hey, look at Hank. Look at who is triggered.
it's me. It's me that's
Yep,
triggered.
there you go.
Oh,
It's not
that's
for
tough.
it's my fault. Of course. I desire this, and the only way I can prevent it is simply destroying myself. Because
No.
yes.
my ankle, cat.
Hank, the thing is, your priorities are different, right? You like this stream, but you don't love this stream. Annie loves this stream, okay?
Yeah, I don't love anything. Of course not.
Yeah, I can't. I don't want someone. I love this stream. I want to protect it.
I mean, Hank, just so as soon as Dave told me that, you were like one of the first people that popped in my head. So, just saying, it does.
You can also just like
Hey,
rock
hey,
paper
that's
If
scissors.
you want it,
my
if you
opinion.
want it, Annie's willing to let you have it. Just saying. Hey, welcome, Zephyr.
You can also just like, if you wanted to, like, you could just like rock paper scissors Annie, and whoever wins gets it.
Be right
Yeah, we
back.
can do that too.
Do a Pokemon battle. Digimon.
Or we could like flip a coin too. I do not have a coin here, but like hypothetically we could.
I
I have plenty of coins.
Okay.
Not that it matters.
No, Hank wouldn't
Oh
be
yeah,
that bad.
how good's your coin?
I was just being hard on him.
See, Dave,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
what happens when you insult people and you go in on them. Like,
But like,
you
I
just-
think about it.
you-
I actually think I didn't process it. I'm actually thinking about it now. He wouldn't be so bad of a co-host. Yeah.
except for the fact that he just like leaves all the time.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
here.
If he gets
That's the
bored,
only
he
thing.
leaves. If I get
Yeah.
bored, I just do other things on my computer.
No, you don't even show up in the first place anymore. You can't even say that.
Sometimes, well, like I just get bored and I like get distracted, and I'm like, oh, they're talking about type stuff on the stream. I don't need to talk about that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't leave when I'm my host stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I would be really happy with it, and Annie for sure. And if you want it that bad, like definitely.
Wait, Memo
We're
and
gonna give you a
Angel?
chance, right?
Where's Memo?
Now,
Where's
no, I-
Memo?
Who's that?
I
Is that
can
Angel?
I can
That's
tell
not even
that
Angel.
from the
Who is
response
this?
I just be undermined, so I just won't take it.
That's Angel.
Who is this
Give-
person?
It's Manuel.
What's up, guys?
What? You shaved or something? What happened? You look different.
No, I didn't shave.
He doesn't
like
look his
liposuction?
normal
Oh, there you go.
ESTP. Like
You were standing
I know
up.
he usually looks really handsome because he's ESTP, but now he's like only somewhat handsome.
I'll be getting Xbox Live soon. Don't worry.
You're still talking about Minecraft. Okay. No, how you doing, Memo? Why are you sitting so far back? Come on, get closer.
Oh,
What are you doing?
Oh, he's scared. Come on.
Come on, the tribe's not that bad.
Not scared of the tribe.
Yeah.
How's school going?
It's going all right. Finished for the trimester. Waiting for school to start back up in January. So.
What's your major?
Neuroscience.
Oh, yo. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Did you ever check out Entropy, Nico?
I couldn't check it out because I didn't know if it was like an M or an N. What is it again?
I like the excuse. He's just like, I didn't check it out because of the sensory. I messed up the sensory, guys. Believe me. It's a great excuse. I love it.
It's not. You go look it up, please.
Hank, you gotta pretend. You gotta play along. All right. No, it's not.
No, it's
Why
not.
do I have
Hank
to
is
play
not
along?
a good co-host. Yeah, you're right.
Why do I have to play along? They've never played along my stuff.
That's right.
But that's because I control everything. I don't like to win anything ever.
How do you?
Okay.
How do you spell it?
Oh wow.
There's
We got it
Memo.
going on there.
Hey, Memo. Where's your feather?
Weird.
Hello.
What's
Look
up?
at that mug.
Got
There's mintropy.
What's in the bowl?
Mantropy.
goulash. It's kind of.
Wait, did you take manual's hands on this? What's going on?
Misanthropy.
I guess so.
What the hell is manthropy? Hatred, dislike, or disgust of the human species. Understood. This doesn't seem like the counter to entropy. What are you?
Weird, we're in the same.
Is that
Okay.
Marvel? You have Marvel picture to your left?
Okay, Ben.
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
So is it
Nico, I think you're actually looking at misanthropy. Is that you're saying manthropy? Are you looking at misanthropy?
Yeah, I'm looking at misanthropy, but that's because there's like no. I can't find a opposing analog to entropy aside from syntropy.
Isn't that just like? Hold on.
I think it's just entropy with an N in front of it. That's all it is.
N as in Nancy.
I'm confused. Is this what we're talking about? Entropy?
That's exactly it. Yeah, it was a video game.
We're talking about this, right?
Yeah, 100%. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, sure.
Or is it this?
Okay, all right.
I've never seen that before.
Well, anyone is free to be a co-host when you're on here. You're all my co-hosts. How's that?
Yeah.
But then, like, I'm gonna give someone control so they can't just throw random stuff up like that, like Dave just did.
Oh, you want to see my tables and corners theory again?
I probably can't stop you because you have control over that kind of thing. So go ahead.
Hey, this is the last time I can do it.
All right, it's the last time.
Weeks. No, I got a couple of weeks.
I swear,
so, like,
if he's
we're just saying it now. You don't gotta force it because you have a couple of weeks.
Oh, all right. I think Dave might regret his decision soon. He's seeing that other people are valuing it and fighting over it, and he's just like, "Oh shit!" Like
I might be OE changing up. I might just be. I might be NE just testing stuff out. You never know. But no,
it's a possibility.
But no, I think I've been pretty honest so far.
I disagree.
What the hell?
No one is as honest as Hank.
Let's see.
Anyways, how's everyone doing? How's life?
You got a new bandana here?
Yeah. Winter bandana.
Very
It's
nice.
from South America?
No, just from Bucky's.
Nice.
That
Are you all right? So, what's your opinion on the Bucky's mascot?
Like, what about it?
Does it elicit any fear or terror within you?
No, actually, I went and saw it firsthand, and we were kind of homies. We just locked in immediately.
Nice.
So,
I know. my STP friend is deathly afraid of the Bucky's mascot for some
I can
reason.
see that.
Guys,
I have to look it
quick.
up.
This one?
Yeah, I was looking it up too.
No, that's the Bucky's is like a
No, the gas station.
BUCCEES.
Yeah, there you go.
That thing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel
How
the
is
same
that scary?
about Yoda.
On the
Baby Yoda or Yoda?
Yes, horrifying. Oh, get it away.
Sorry.
He's just a chill guy. I now know who is on Instagram Reels.
I can see it being scary though.
Annie, can you make a TikTok on like how much Baby Yoda scares you? It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, so this turned into like an awkward stalling power struggle thing. I think I'll be better off just getting off here and meditating. See you later.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't assume that it's a power struggle.
It wasn't. It's not awkward for anyone else.
Oh, okay, bye.
I don't know what he said, but he said bye, Hank.
Dave, why did you do that? Why did you piss him off like that? That was not very nice.
Good.
Okay.
Right.
Nice, Mr. Blindspot FI.
Hey, all right, ratio it out, okay? All right,
All right.
can you ratio with me? You know how many
That
times
sounds
Hank
like
has pissed me
some-
off?
some
And I
beta
didn't-
Zero.
values.
Zero. You love Hank.
Hank's such a chill guy.
Yeah.
Hank's just chilling.
He's just been chilling for real.
I actually was wanting to ask him a question. But...
Hank is the mascot of the Panelverse.
One of
That's why he scares me. That's why he's scary. He could be anywhere doing anything. Why would he be here?
Because we're awesome.
Yeah.
Because there was a link on TML's Discord. That's probably why.
You know, he's attracted to greatness. So, you know.
There you go.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
I like him a lot, but a lot of people cannot handle his bluntness.
Right.
Is it truly bluntness, though?
No,
Or is it a
it's
personal-
just
And a little, maybe some autism spectrum. something.
Okay.
I'm that too, so.
Okay.
But I introduce myself and say, you can tell me to shut up, and I'll probably
No,
listen.
no, you're welcome.
No.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you coming from?
Please. Usually, it works well because you'll regret that. Seriously, I'm annoying.
I will not
Well,
regret it.
when I regret it, I'll start treating you like Nico. It's okay.
Well, you just tell me, hey, you're being annoying, and I'm like,
that's
okay, cool.
hurtful.
Well, guess
Ow.
what?
Turn it down.
You're
Oh.
okay here. We can.
He got Xbox Live.
Yeah, he said he'll be on later, or he's on right now, something like that.
Okay.
That's
cool.
that's
Okay,
great.
sorry.
I love that.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
I will get Xbox Live soon.
It's
Oh,
easier if you just ask me questions because I don't know. I don't like.
What is your favorite?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Albuquerque.
New Mexico?
He,
Wait a second. You're Breaking Bad?
what part of Albuquerque?
No, I'm not
You're
breaking.
Walter White?
It was.
You
I'm
Skylar
like-
White?
I'm,
You
I'm
know, you know, you can say like it's time to cook, and it would be very appropriate, at least like to me specifically.
Why to you specifically, Jesse?
Because my name is Jesse.
Oh, right.
I was gonna say you actually look like Jesse now that you pointed out.
Yo, Mr. White.
my dad. Jeff.
Your dad knows Mr. White.
No, he doesn't. He's a narcissist, covert narcissist.
I got it. Okay.
All right.
So he
Sorry.
is-
I
I'm
didn't know
co-host for
that
like
you-
2 more weeks. Let me add
All right.
people.
I'll let you do it. You'll do it. Fine.
Oh wow.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Sinead.
Hi.
Hey.
Okay. How did you find out that your dad is a narcissist?
His eyebrows?
Oh, this is going to be a fun story because I zero have no filter, so you guys are going to enjoy this. I was in a relationship where my boyfriend decided that he was attracted to somebody else, and I had discussed with him before because I knew he didn't have much experience and that he was probably going to like wander, that he should bring it to me if he found somebody that he liked and he was attracted to or whatever, and we could probably work it out. Well, he didn't do that exactly. It was more after the fact, and I was like, so when do I get to meet her? It's like, and he fully thought that I was just bullshitting and that I was going to leave him immediately. And I was like, are you together over 10 years? Yeah, I know what I bring to the relationship. So anyways, the girl that he picked was a narcissist, and she didn't last long. And but I didn't know what narcissism even was at that time. And shortly thereafter, he met someone else, and she lived with us for a short period of time. And she was also a narcissist. And I was like very intrigued by the fact that they were very similar to each other. And I was like, So I started doing research because that's kind of what I do for fun. And I came across narcissism, and I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what this is. And then I started putting it together in my head, and I was like, oh my God, my dad is a narcissist, and he's still around, but I don't have, he's not really in my life. He could call me if he wanted to, but he's not interested at all anymore. But yeah, that's how I got out.
We are in the same house.
You're living.
Are you guys just like staring at each other?
That's a interesting story.
It is quite interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know what
When
to
you don't agree with someone, it is interesting.
Well, I'm a very honest and authentic person. It's got me. Now, I used to be very like shy. I still am a little shy, I guess, but just not about talking about who I am and what happened in my life.
Did it concern you at all when? Sorry, that the intonation of that was off. How were you feeling living in the same house with someone who was dating somebody else who you previously dated?
At first, it was a little bit strange, and I had to overcome some jealousy at first. But then, whenever I basically I came across a formula like to deal with my feelings, and it helped a lot. And it was basically like, when blank does blank, I feel blank. And whenever I processed that through, then I usually found it was me. Like I could be secure in myself with that feeling, and it wasn't like somebody else's. I took charge of my emotional state, I guess.
Interesting.
Would you count that as a virtue that you overcame that through your own?
Yeah, I
process?
guess. Not really. I don't know. I think everything is a virtue depending on what angle you look at it from.
Like everything?
Yeah, well, eventually, after time has passed, maybe not in the
Like
moment.
sedimentary erosion?
It makes
That was
sedimentary
a very
erosion.
interesting jump there.
Stratification layers, perhaps?
I have this weird thing where I think
Are you in the
I'm probably a narcissist because I've never.
You're not.
You're
'Cause
not.
I've
If you even think about it, you're not.
but I've never met anyone and thought that's a narcissist. Never. I cannot think of a single narcissist. And so my conclusion is, oh, well, it must be me because everyone's
Yeah.
talking about how there's narcissists everywhere, you know?
Well,
my
the
father,
thing
my
is-
brother, my ex-boyfriend. I have never met a narcissist.
You're also not a decider, so you can't detect narcissists. It's only something that deciders.
Yeah,
can detect.
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't-
Everyone's a narcissist except for the decider.
But I don't feel used or manipulated by anyone, and I feel impervious to it. Like you cannot manipulate me. So what does that mean? Where are all these narcissists?
That you manage your
Any-
relations so well that doesn't even happen in the first place.
No. I think you might not be manipulated, but you've never seen someone else manipulate another person.
I mean, I've heard it's always secondhand. It's always stories of someone saying my mother was a narcissist, and they explain the dynamic, and I'm like, okay, that's the story from your perception, but I wasn't there. I've never seen it in my family dynamic. Yeah.
I think I've seen just one person that I can call that they were actively manipulating other people. But they were not doing a good job at it much, but they were still getting what they want. But I could see it, but the people who are getting manipulated later were like, oh, this person is a narcissist. But I thought that you could just see the signs of them trying to manipulate you and you just went along with it, but that's about it. When I watch videos of oh, is my ex-boyfriend or is my ex toxic, I watch them and I'm like, oh, I am the toxic one. I was the narcissist or I was the I don't know, the one who did the wrong things in the relationship. So
yeah, I've been toxic before. So I think it's a real thing. But I'm not sure about the percentages because we're hearing people talk about it a lot. Like they're seeing a lot of narcissists everywhere. I think it's a real dynamic. Yeah, and I also think it's a dynamic. It's not
one-sided.
It's a dynamic because you're in some way allowing it. You're allowing it, but that is not your fault either, because I think it has to do with your childhood, your family dynamics in childhood. If that dynamic was happening, then that might repeat in your adult relationships. But it's just like it's also like things like narcissism and sociopathy and all that. I think it's on a continuum. Like I'm somewhere on there. Like, am I more histrionic or am I more sociopathic? But then when we're talking about percentages, I thought about this a lot in my massage therapy business. Of the hundreds and hundreds of clients that I've seen, I've been in contact with a sociopath in my life. I mean, they're around. We don't know which ones they are. But it's still going to be like a percentage. It's not like everybody.
If it is 1% of whole population, there's after 25 years of doing your job, it's impossible that you didn't come across one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are covert narcissists. So unless you are a source of their narcissistic supply, you would never know. That was the most maddening thing about my dad, was that everybody loved him, thought he was so charming, and nobody believed me or my mother about how he really was.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing, like my spidey sense. When people are super duper charming like that, I am on guard. So I think it's just initially right away, like, oh, I see you. You are too charming.
You're trying something here.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Exactly,
I'm gonna be cautious around those people, and I'm not gonna allow them to have a lot of power or influence over me. Yeah.
Like Dave.
You seem very emotionally secure, so that might be part of it too, because they do not like someone who's challenging. They go for the vulnerable people to prey on.
Yeah, so they're targeting the people that they feel like are easy targets that they could manipulate.
AKA the social fours.
If I may,
Benjamin is having the best time of his life. Disagreeing with everyone. No.
I was gonna say I've thought about this quite a lot, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm the sociopath. He's the narcissist out of the two of us.
Bruh.
I'm not gonna say it, but I know I'm right. So
I think it's the other way around. Yeah.
iPhone storage.
I think
full.
yeah.
Kill
In order to
yourself
deceive
now.
even further, like you need just enough truth, but like if you can flip it, then it becomes even more convincing.
Well, Angel also typed me wrong.
yeah, that's you gotta shut the hell up.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Anyways, yeah.
So I just clicked the link from TML's Discord, and I know nothing about this personality typing system at all.
Oh, okay.
So, but I'm very interested in that kind of thing.
What's the link? Where did it take you?
It brought me
I need to jump on his Discord.
to the YouTube. Oh, do you not have the Discord for TML? Or
No, I don't. I'm going to join it though.
okay, if you want me to link you, I could do it in the back.
Sure. Oh, Penguin, you have low storage space.
Penguin.
Yeah, it kicked me out. It kicked me out because of that.
Because of the low storage space?
Yeah. I am gonna need to go here soon.
But low storage, but what?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just like collectively
it said
taking.
iPhone storage full. I was really cooked.
A voxel question. Where in Albuquerque are you? Or where are you from? Exactly, I guess.
I gotta go. I gotta talk to my parents. Hold on.
No.
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
Hi. Hi, girl.
Oh.
Oh, yo.
We lost someone else.
Check out my cat.
Please ask again. It was cutting out because it's going between windows, I guess.
Oh, I was just asking what part of Albuquerque, like, because we were in school.
Oh, I'm Valley.
What was that?
I'm in the South Valley.
South
Valley.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ghetto
Over, yeah. It's well, it's all right. It's like kind of rural. There's like some cornfields and a whole bunch of cartel people, but
yo.
There's like a random camper van out there.
That's why your dad's a narcissist. Valid. We were up in the Cottonwood area, Cottonwood Mall. Like we were just right there.
Oh yeah, I lived over there. I've lived in New Mexico my entire life, and Albuquerque probably half of it at least. So all the different quadrants I've been in.
Nice. You ever go
Most
down?
Oh, sorry. Most people can't handle Albuquerque in some areas. I like work outdoors. I read tarot cards, and in the warmer months, I go down by Sister Bar and set up. And that's like that, and that's all I do.
Can you read our tarot cards?
I could, yeah.
That'd be fun.
Well,
This stuff is
I'd have to set up a little bit because I like got to get my energy aligned and grab my cards.
You try
But
Red Bull.
sure, let me get ready. I'll quiet more questions until I'm back.
Right.
I got to do that link first though too.
Hello, non-human.
Yeah, I don't know why you're assuming we're human. It's, don't assume my species, please.
Right. Racism.
What's up, buddy?
So Jesse, question.
Yes.
Do you know what OP is or no?
Yeah, I have been in the community, the broad community for quite some time. I still have a bit to learn about like the animals one and the
social types probably.
Yeah, like the numbers, because whenever I hear like a type 1 or type 4, my mind just goes to like Enneagram. And I'm like, no, there's a separate thing here that I need to learn about. So I was actually going to ask a bit about like getting some more explanation about those things. Like, is there any correlation between there's not like the 9 types, the OPS abridged, right? It's like its own separate thing.
Yeah, it's its own separate thing. It's just 4. Yeah, it's not 9.
Okay. More dichotomies.
I got kicked out again. Honestly,
I thought you left. Weren't you saying you were leaving?
Oh yeah, soon. And whenever
Soon.
my phone dies.
All right. But yeah, to further answer you guys' questions, I have been a fan of like Michael Pierce, and I've watched a few of the World Socionics I forget what the other S is, Society. I've seen a bunch of his videos. I've read Psychological Types and Motes and Beams. I helped skim.
Did you read all of Psychological Types?
Yeah, I listened to
Or just chapter 10?
No, I listened to all of it. All of his like somewhat very dense understanding of the different philosophers and his takes on them. Again, that was like a while ago, but
yeah, because he goes through like history and he goes into all these examples. Yeah,
it's very similar. It's very.
I didn't read the whole thing. I read chapter 10 and I read the definitions at the end, but like the rest of it, I don't know. He's very blast.
Yeah, it's very thick, dense, and it does. You could say that it's.
It's also very dated.
Yeah, I think.
Well, it's all over the place. Very channel changey.
Yeah, it's very important. I think though, as a understanding of, because I know like Jung's type from like the cultural perspective changes between INTP and INFJ, I think, or like NIT or INT, whatever that nomenclature
I mean, he
is.
considered himself an NT for sure.
Yeah. And it's very interesting to contrast his work with that of similar like Nietzsche's work, because they follow a very similar structure of like, here is this philosopher, here's what he talked about, here's why I disagree with him, next philosopher.
But Nietzsche actually wrote very beautifully, and
yes, yeah, he did.
He made sense. Like he didn't have to decipher him. He
was working with like,
and there was depth to his writing. It wasn't just all over the place.
Yeah, I would concur with that.
Right. But I know Jung studied Nietzsche. Like he was one of his big influencers.
Yeah, I think because Nietzsche's work was, I think it's really interesting how, like, do you guys know how Nietzsche, like, not died, but like his declining health? Like, do you know that whole episode of that thing?
Yeah. He lost his mind a bit too, didn't he?
Yeah, he saw a horse get beat up, and he felt like there was an interpretation of how he felt there was a chink in his philosophy. And when you're like living in a I guess you could say a philosophy, and you do that for so long, and like that's the main thing that keeps you going, and then you realize that isn't like maybe the truest form of reality, and then it broke him. I think basically he went mute, he stopped talking. I don't know if he had a stroke or not, but I thought it was a very interesting thing.
Yeah, I mean the guy generally failed at life.
Well, no, he was very successful, but then he got polio or something.
Yeah, and there was a girl he was interested in, and he was never able to get with her, and yeah, he generally generally had a sad life.
And his works
His
were
stomach-
abridged by
His stomach problems his whole life too.
Yeah.
So Jess was telling me about, Jess Vischer.
Yep.
She was telling me about some fun Christmas sweaters she got, and one of them is Nietzsche, and it says "Beyond Naughty and Nice."
That is awesome.
Yeah, naughty and nice. Okay.
Yeah. And our other one, I don't remember all three of them, but the other one said, "All I want for Christmas is the means of production." It was like a
Right, the Marx one. Yeah.
yeah. She's doing good. She's in grad school right now, so
Oh, sweet.
She's really it's for psychology, but she's really loving all of the philosophy classes.
Doesn't she have like 6 kids?
Yeah.
Wow.
And isn't it like kind of
Good for her.
ironic that a sweater that was probably produced in a factory says to seize the means of production?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's great.
It's like there's some like shop worker who's looking at that like, great, just ships it off.
And I don't have my ADHD medicine today. I ran out.
Hold on, give me just 1 second.
It is super mid and cringe, I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, it'd be like that sometimes.
Question: does anyone want to TI today or no?
What do you want to TI about? Yeah, bring it, Angel.
Yeah, bring it. You can
So, Memo and I had a whole like 3-hour rant, or I ranted for 3 hours. I had a blast swing, but anyway, on capitalism.
Okay.
And I it's kind of like it just. I've been thinking about it and processing it for like the span of like 2 months now, ever since I don't know, Trump got elected, and then I don't know if you know about this, Ben, but the CEO of United Healthcare, he was killed.
Yeah, murdered, not killed, murdered. Assassinated.
I was going to say assassinated, but
yeah,
it's slightly controversial. But anyway, but I was surprised by the fact that like the general population, at least on social media, like they supported his action, the killer's action.
That is surprising, yes.
And I also surprised me. I was kind of like, oh, okay, like people actually are for this. Okay.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
A few decades ago would have been
Yeah,
crazy.
It would have been a different story. But all that to say that triggered and then what was the most recent event? Another. I was watching. I was scrolling through Instagram, whatever, and then I came across.
Yeah, you did more consume. Yeah,
I did more consume, and then I saw this of interview with some reporter and the owner of or CEO of Arizona Tea. And basically, she asked him, like, you have, like, people buy your product, you have competitors, but they obviously don't compete against you. Why don't you just raise your prices to make more profit? And the guy, he's like, why? Why should I do that? Why do I need to do that? The company owns everything. We make enough money to keep doing what we're doing. Like, why should I do that? And his whole point was that he sees it as a way of giving back to people, saving money. So then
it's also a bad strategy because if you raise the prices, then your competitors will come in.
Right, exactly. So all that to say that I finally came to the realization that capitalism is bad.
You concluded?
I concluded.
You finally concluded. Yeah.
And the only solution to getting rid of capitalism is to get rid of money, in general.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The guy I was debating with earlier has the same conclusion, and I think it's wrong. It's not a sensible conclusion because the Soviet Union got rid of money. then they somehow got rid of their productivity and lost the Cold War. So
No, they didn't get rid of money. Soviet Union didn't get rid of money.
they tried to, and they couldn't even do that.
No, they still had money.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse has his hand up very politely. What do you want, Jesse?
Thank you. I would say that it's not, to add my 2 cents to the matter, I would say that it's not the optimal solution because nothing is ever truly optimal. However, when you're trying to negate people's tendency for evil and incorporate that into a system of benefit or economy, being like, I need something, but in order to get something that I need and I want, I have to provide something to somebody else and give them what they want. And that's, there's ways to exploit that, but that's generally the most ideal, though often not reached ideal for capitalism. So just wanted to.
So
well, it's interesting.
Here's a conclusion I came to for a lot of this stuff. So like there's an ideal world, and I think you're right. In an ideal world, we wouldn't need money. Are you going?
No, I said Plato. It's World of Forms.
Oh. Yeah, no, the ideal world, you won't need money. The ideal world, there's no abortion. The ideal world, like there's a lot of things about the ideal world. But like trying to force the ideal world onto this world is oppression. Right? So like saying, okay, now we're getting rid of money or whatever, that's not going to work. Like, so there has to be a path between this world and an ideal world. And that path has to be a continuous function. Like it can't just all of a sudden, you know what I mean? So like money, if you're right that money has to disappear in an ideal world, it has to get phased out over time, and the system has to promote its phasing out. Right.
Yeah, and Jesse kind of read enough Marx to know what the plan is to make it so everything's so close to zero price that money just becomes meaningless.
It becomes meaningless.
Yeah, that's Marx figured it out. It's just everyone else wants to take shortcuts.
Right. Well, and so everyone has brought a good point, and this is the exact same arguments that Memo brought up to me because he's the demon to eat it. So he brought all of these arguments to me, and I would argue that it's possible because it was done, and I would say my ancestors, me and Memo's ancestors, would be a testament to that. So. Jesse, I know you don't know, but what are
you telling me about the Andean Egalitarian Society? Yeah, I know.
So Memo and I were Native American, and so back then, from what I understand and what I've been told and everything I know, we didn't have currency. Like, yes, we traded, but even then, like we didn't trade. We just had our needs fulfilled. Like, if you wanted water, you go get the bucket of water. Go down.
But I'll tell you the problem with that is that money is a solution to a problem that the problem won't go away. Like you need to find valid solutions to that problem, like to exploitation, distributing work, like the distribution of labor, all that kind of stuff. You need to find a solution to the problem, otherwise the problem will come back. Like you get rid of money, you're going to have a whole bunch of problems. So something else has to replace it, or that problem has to be solved in some way.
Yeah, tribal despotism worked, having a big families and just have it private. It worked, but it didn't scale, which is why all tribes stayed pretty small and fought each other. So, yeah, it kind of worked. But once the Europeans came in, they just steamrolled over all of you at the same time.
The idea of a commune, like at the very foundation of Israel, they also had all of these communes. They called them kibbutzim, where like within the commune, you didn't need money. And so like the commune itself operated like a company, and it got everything it needed for the commune. So like it had to use money, but like within the commune, they didn't need money.
It's like
that was right.
It's the Pennsylvania mining towns.
Is that how it is still today?
Some of them still exist like that. Some of them do, but there's collapsing.
Yeah, a lot of corporations don't really use money internally, but once it gets so big, they do start to sell to each other as business units. So,
yeah, I don't have anything intelligent really to say
yes,
about.
You do.
I'm not TI, but I am reading a book that I wanted to recommend to you, Angel. You might like it. It's called Survival of the Richest.
Okay.
By Douglas Rushkoff. He's just a professor. I heard him on NPR, and he was really engaging, so I bought his book, Survival of the Richest. And it talks a lot about that. Like, so yeah, maybe we do need money, but capitalism in its current form is just way out of control. And it's all about improving profits for shareholders, in places where that shouldn't be the dynamic, like in healthcare. It's just that's a bad system, and it's about this expectation of exponential growth for the shareholders, and that's just way out of balance. Maybe we capitalism, but we need to fix it. We need to fix it.
All of the systems today still rely on money, like capitalism, communism, all this kind of stuff. They're not doing away with money. So like what you're talking about doing away with money it's a different system entirely.
Yeah,
and that's
plus the fixes already existed. We had antitrust, we had limited intellectual property, and that if you just implement those, that fixes most of the problems. But
then you have Linux.
Yes, we also have
open
Linux.
Source.
Yeah, open
Let's
source
see,
is a
what
very
is
good
it?
institution too. Yes.
What's the there was a new term for what this was, postmodern capitalism. I thought it was like bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy?
Bureaucratic?
No.
No, I haven't heard of it.
Corporatocracy or something.
Oh.
Yeah, corporate based, yeah.
Corporatocracy or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And
I'll
like
check their
that's what it
compo.
became more of. And that's like the natural progression of capitalism, where of course, when given the free market and like unlimited freedom, you're gonna have these bigger fish eat up the smaller fish. It just be like that. That's how that works.
Right.
So, and then you'll have and then what happens is that the bigger fish will have such abundant resources, and yet its general principle of operation is still growth. So what it'll do is it'll set up systems and whatnot to passively grow.
Isn't that what like the Roman Empire did?
Huh. Interesting parallel there.
Because the thing is, like, empire mimics business. Like war, like business is just war, but without killing people and providing goods and services.
Yep, just like how debt is slavery.
Is this the word?
I think so.
Yeah.
Corporatocracy. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Core potato. Crusty.
So I mean, there's also from a business perspective, there's something called a blue ocean strategy, which is basically like the problem is like the conception of TI is that it is a fixed system. So you have systematic like oppression, if you think of it like verbally like that, because the TI works with like a cohesive world system, whereas TE sees systems or a multifaceted plethora of systems. And the blue ocean strategy is finding a niche in a given environment to then exploit and grow your resources through that to then be able to usurp like a given industry or whatever.
Yeah, it's just like an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Each organism has its
Did you just call it an ecosystem?
Sure, you could say that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's an ecosystem. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, that's what I'll call all of my TIs at a certain point. I'll call them ecosystems.
Is that like
plural? It only works for me.
It only works for you.
Yeah.
Personalization.
But yeah. And so I've actually been thinking about this, and like Memo also brought up how Salt Lake City, Utah, it's very well, I'll let you bless on that actually. You're the one actually.
Okay, so he's trying to get at how it's capitalism there, but it's like it works. Like there's businesses on every corner. Homeless population is like down to almost zero. No poverty, whatever. Point is it's because it just kind of works out there compared to everywhere else. For some reason, that's what he's trying to get at. But why?
For some reason.
Why?
Well,
Well,
location.
thought he
Some
would know.
places have more resources than others.
But why is there no homelessness? Is it because those people have been kicked out because homelessness has been criminalized? Like
They all
why?
went to California. That's why.
Because they came to Oregon. They were not allowed to stay in Salt Lake City. They're in Eugene and Portland.
Maybe.
It's true. That could
Maybe.
possibly it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I guess as a case in point where capitalism, I guess, works compared to Phoenix, Arizona, or Eugene, where the homeless is like ridiculous.
Jesse put his finger up this time.
Yeah, I wanted to say that we should probably make a distinction between capitalism and like good governance, because those two things can work together or work.
I agree.
To not create a good environment.
I agree. But anyways, all that to say that I also think, and Annie brought this up, kind of brought it up, is like how our mindset is toward money. And like, so going to, like, I keep using the Arizona Tea guy because that's the only guy I can think of. But like his mindset on like how to run Arizona Tea and, you know, how they use their money, how they spend their resources, I think that should be adopted in every industry, basically. That's what I'm trying to get at. If not to get rid of money, then we should at least think of money in mindset way. Now, I know that ones and twos, they always have some kind of scheme, and they want to accumulate more. But anyways, I digress.
Yeah, and I would like, so how we can change the incentives so that we encourage pretty much maybe more private businesses rather than public ones. That way we don't get we have to do everything for the stockholders. We have to grade and pillars for the stockholders. We need to stop that.
Did you ever take a look at my solution, Angel? The one I put out, your economy system?
The video, the YouTube video,
yeah. What do you think about that one?
I need to reconsume it.
All right.
I thought it was straight fire because you can replace currency with actual with value, but it's data where you can track it. So it can work as a placeholder.
Yeah, like actual physical values. Yeah.
And so it in context it can work. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, money's powered by your imagination. So
that's right,
guys. I gotta head out.
Later, Nico.
See you next time.
Take care.
But it does have its own rules. You can't just say, you know what, I want $1 million, bank account grow. We can't do that. It's like
right.
Well, you can't do that because then the $1 million won't be worth anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, you'd have to provide something worth $1 million in order to acquire liquidated or assets that are able to be liquidated.
Or do what my government does and just have so many guns that if you don't accept, well, you lose your other stuff.
What?
That's what my government does.
Nice.
Is that what your government does, Jesse?
Cause and effect.
I mean, like I'm in Ohio, so you know.
Oh, all right.
So yes.
Enough said.
Enough said.
Yeah, it's fun here. I like Ohio. It's fun.
Well, actually, Benjamin, could you go ahead and blast at me what your proposal is? Because honestly, I was half asleep when I watched it. Because
sleep.
Well, I was looking at what money represents and pulling it out. Like, what are the actual physical things in money that you can pull out, and then what are you left with in the end? And so, like, one of the things money represents is work, right? So you can pull out work, and work is just in terms of hours or whatever.
Right.
And then
resources.
Right. And so, like, then if you had like a product that you needed to have, put work into it in order to create it, then you have to pay work in order to buy it, like work for work. And then basically what would happen is, like, once the world gets more and more automated, it takes less work to make products because we have automation. And so then you need to pay less work in order to buy it. And so then, like, the amount of work in the world goes down, and eventually we just don't need to work anymore and the currency disappears. like obviously that'll never happen, but extrapolate it to infinity, and that's what the trajectory is. Okay, and then we pull out something else from it. We can call it resources. So resources, like if you think about it, we'll never, unless we start mining asteroids and stuff, like the resources are just going to go down, right? And you have to invest work or whatever into resources in order to recycle them or whatever. But like whatever product costs less resources, like then you can actually track resources. Like animals drink so much water, and how you put so much resources into them. So like there's a lot of resources. If you wanted to buy meat, there's a lot more resources than if you were to buy vegetables. There's a lot more water in meat than there is in vegetables. So that kind of thing. And so like, and then we'll get way more efficient on resources as time progresses, and then the other thing you pull out is land. So like money represents land. And so the same thing, you get more and more efficient on land to the point where things barely cost any land in order to purchase. And then whatever is left over, like I couldn't find anything else left over except for value. And that is really where I'm trying to processing value independent of physical quantities is something I'm still trying to wrap my head around, because I still don't get it. But I know, but there's something in there still to unpack, I think.
Oh,
but
now it's pretty much just a Yelp review, it's just an opinion.
It's a Yelp review, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's supply and demand or whatever. That's what it is. Welcome back, Steph.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's the basic idea.
Yeah. We could mine those asteroids if we focus on the launch points rather than Mars. We don't have to go dig stuff out of gravity well.
That's right.
But I don't know anything. Elon has the money. He must know everything.
That's right. He does, because he's got the money.
Consume less.
Money, knowledge.
I was listening to you guys, and there's another group that I frequent sometimes. They're called Theory Underground. I don't know if you guys have heard of them, but the guy, he wrote a book called Time Energy, and they're like totally on the vibe of what you were just talking about.
Oh, sweet. What's it called?
Theory Underground. It's TU, Theory Underground. They have a YouTube and
I call it time energy when time and energy is the same thing in the first place.
Because it's a new, like, sort of valuation or something of your work and the value of it, basically.
I'm going to come up with work walks then.
Okay. Don't just say it.
Yeah, work walks.
What's up, Chris, by the way?
I think they have an app for that, actually, that pays you for steps. And you can just throw, like, your phone in a really thick wool sock in the dryer on fluff, you know? Just make money all day long.
There we go.
So, are you guys at a spot where you want some reading?
Are you want to read something?
Somebody.
Sale cards.
Somebody asked.
Oh, the tarot readings. Who was asking for that?
Nico, but he left.
All right, do me then.
Connection.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that is what she said. That's very blunt, Hank. You got to be, bring flowers first.
Yeah.
She knows how to find flowers.
I know how he is. I know how Hank is, and I like him just the way he is.
Perfect.
So,
Hank, I think we found you a girl.
What? No.
I already had her.
Not
Oh,
a
you already had her.
As a friend. God.
Nice.
All right, we've been trying to find Hank a girl for a while.
Yeah, well, he had a girl sending him naked pictures last night, I think.
Not quite naked. Not quite.
Yeah, very, very, very close to naked. Well, no, she was naked. It just didn't show everything.
You shouldn't be sharing that kind of thing, Hank. Like when that happens, you got to keep that between you and her. Like,
oh no,
it was on flow state, so of course you couldn't do that.
All right.
Yeah. So it's progress. What sign are you, Hank?
Sagittarius. I just had a birthday.
Oh, no wonder you like to party so much. They're lots of fun. So you have to come up with a question. Keep it in your head. Do not say it out loud. And
the question that came in the stream with that I'm not gonna get an answer with.
I didn't hear it, so just like keep it to yourself because it's better.
Yes.
I don't know. I am a projector, so I don't want to project all over your reading. So it ideally should be the most important thing that you would like to know, or else you might get an unexpected answer if you focus on something else. So it's easier if you just focus on it, the most important thing. That's how my cards work.
Okay.
And you got it, but we have to pick. Do you? Which card would you like to represent yourself? I know you know the tarot, so I'm sure you have one that you would choose.
I'll use my deck. Let's see which card.
I'm like, this one, I bet. The Magus.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Hipster. NF.
You know what? I'm actually getting a different one. We're gonna go with let's go with something new. We're gonna go with the devil today.
Okay. Well, pretty close.
It's a pretty cool Pokemon.
Yeah, it is.
Charizard? No.
Wait a second.
What?
I was just thinking about like the
wow
ramifications of the I don't know, it was like the loosest connection between like Charizard and the canonical depictions of the devil and them both being card games. And that was about it.
It's going to be all the way at the end, I bet. My cards like to be, oh, yeah, it's right there, almost at the end. My cards like to be felt up. It's energy.
No, they all like to be felt.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so I've got your card, and you have your question in mind. Keep it in your head. If you just focus on it, whenever you have it, you can focus on it for 30 seconds. Let me know. Are you ready?
I've been focused on it all day. I've been focused on since Tuesday.
So then I'll just ask the universe to answer your question completely, succinctly, and with ease. And you focus on your question until I get done shuffling. You can keep focusing on it after too, but if you've been thinking about it, that's good.
Is tarot more like an SF or an NF thing?
I think we're NF.
I've seen everybody use it for different things. There's an SE Dom in the community that uses it because he wants an NI, so he'll just like use it to get himself an NI.
But isn't okay.
Are you right-handed or left-handed, Hank?
Right.
Okay, so because I'm going to do the final cut and then take the middle because I always pick the middle. And I'm going to lay out your card.
Copy.
Oh, very good. Nice. Oh, that's interesting.
It's interesting.
I usually read them backwards, so I wait until I'm done at the very end to, ooh, and the magician did come up. Ooh, that's very good. Let's see.
Theoretically, like if you're really good at poker and like counting cards, couldn't you just like rig the entire deck?
You probably could, but why would you? I mean,
you can make some good money off of it.
It's the point of rigging
Is
entire
tarot
deck because
really
it covers the
concrete
stories
enough to
whether
be SF?
which order.
It's ambiguous enough that you can interpret whatever you want into it anyway.
Exactly.
Yes, really. If you wanted to be really good at it and you didn't have any intuition, you could get good at reading people, I suppose.
Okay, I guess that could be like an interesting duality thing between like SE and NI.
And
because
if you
you're
know,
like reading the substance of the person versus reading the distillation, maybe.
Yeah, if you might not be really great at it, but like if you know the question, you could probably put it together in a way that would be convincing. But it might not be that accurate. I'm very accurate usually, not always immediately, but I've only had like one person say they didn't understand any of what I said and it made no sense to them. But I don't know that they didn't realize it later, but they also might not have had a very clear idea of what their question was at all.
Plus,
So
it's really hard to get things past me.
Past you?
Yeah, if you're completely indecipherable, there's probably not going to be that many people who's going to disagree and explain it to me. So.
Oh, okay. So your final outcome, you've got like basically, you've got your atmosphere is a trump card. So that is headed towards something that is a fated thing. The chariot. So there's a few ways you could look at that. But what's really interesting is on top of it, the crossing is completion, which also looks like a wheel. So, and some of the cards, well, quite a few of the cards in the hopes and fears, people's opinions aligns up with what hopes and fears, which you don't have any fear at all, which is very interesting because they're both positive cards that are undeniably positive. So completion is the crossing. So the thing that you have to you have to finish something else before you do the next thing. And in the past, you've got happiness, which is 10 of Cups, which is an emotional, it's emotional, something very big emotional, and the High Priestess. So I don't know if you like, there's some initiation they're going through or something to where this could be your inner divine feminine, or it could be a very powerful female, which I would think that it would be probably your inner divine feminine.
Yeah, she's been bitching.
Yeah, but it's not like there's something that's for happiness. Maybe I keep thinking sometimes that you are not connected to your subconscious as much as you could be. Maybe you're not aware of it as much because you seem to be very one-sided, one hemisphere, like with a lot of things. That would also be your bluntness, but with that, which is a good thing, really. But you're not always aware of other people's feelings.
Oh no, I can track them. It's just I can't get them what they want because it's either completely absurd, or it's just takes too many resources for me to give it to them.
Yeah, or you just like, and it's probably like it's not something that you're great at to like be reading people's emotions other than to dismantle them.
No, I can read their emotions to do things other than dismantle them, but unfortunately, they're just gonna be NG vampires a lot of times. So no point trying to placate to them because their demands aren't finite.
Yeah, I think that energy vampires can be reformed though. Maybe that's a good change for you.
Yeah. Either the demands are finite, or I literally can't augment myself to give them what they want. Like if they want me to be taller, I have no mechanism to do that. So,
Okay. So in the future cards positions, I've got two people, Queen of Swords and the Knight of Discs. The Queen of Swords is closer. That would be like air, someone that is very that is gonna like get it where it belongs and hold it there, you know.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's if you look at the card, she's holding the sword down like she's gonna drive it down.
What does yours look like, Hank?
Which card was that?
The Queen of Swords.
Queen of Swords. I have it.
He's gonna look.
Oh, the King of.
And then the Knight of Discs, which is gonna be like this is a boss man, like almost it would be middle management, probably upper middle management though, like because like the Emperor is the boss, and this would be like the material. It's got yeah, that's so I'll look at this card too, because the 10 of Cups, happiness in the past, that is
That's near the bottom of my deck.
That is also or it's 9 of a cups, but it's got Jupiter on it, which is also a nod to the Wheel of Fortune card, which did not pop up, but looks very similar to this. So it was giving more information probably, and that's Aries and Venus. And then I'm just gonna go over to the side over here because
there's more.
Most of these cards on the side don't really make.
Yeah, she was doing a book somehow. Interesting.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's down in this one, but it's a poker card. Well, in your hopes and fears positions, you got pleasure and the mages. So,
I thought he didn't have any fears.
Yeah, he doesn't. So they're both hope.
Okay.
So.
Is that true? Do you not fear anything, Hank?
So it's a stretched out vertically Pokemon card.
Do I not fear anything? Probably not. I'm more annoyed by stuff I can't get rather than afraid.
Well, and this is an important one, and that's the 10 of Pentacles. That would be like the 10 of Diamonds in a normal deck. But that is wealth. So it looks like you're gonna be going into an opportunity, and this is a great card to get as a final outcome because it is a minor card. It is a court card, but it's minor and it's long. And it is the Prince, which means like you're gonna get in on something where you're gonna be that kind of like up and coming person with something, and it's gonna be something that people think is worth money. So these 2 cards in the past, I think maybe that is, if you look at in my cards, this is also the High Priestess. If you notice, she has a bow. That's Sagittarius. That's why in this one, though, the Sagittarius came through because it's got a bow, just like the Sagittarius. And this
does that say BJ there?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Those are also my initials, my first and middle name. But I'm either BJ or BS. Or BJ's, Earl. But yeah, and then there's a camel at the bottom. You can see the little camel down at the bottom.
Does that answer your question, Hank? The question that you had?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it answers my question. It answered a question, but not exactly the one I was looking for.
Demon conclusion.
But I was gonna add one more thing: is these are your hemispheres, your masculine and feminine. So the feminine is the air; it's the Queen of Swords, and your masculine is definitely, I could see this being the Knight of Coins.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. And so you're gonna like, you got something that probably just recently happened more where they started like being more balanced. I think that's the point of this because it seems like it's very balanced and you're like one step away from happiness and fortune. You just have to finish something first.
Yeah.
So
well, the thing he has to finish is the pre-workout that he has in his shaker.
You're incorrect.
Oh, you're almost done with it.
But where you're headed towards though is you becoming this guy, and that is that's the Prince of Wands, and he's basically the lion is pulling his chariot, and since you have the chariot as your atmosphere, I would just focus on this card a lot and the meanings of it and see if you can find that in yourself, reflect it back to yourself and see what you find.
Do you ever write out a document for somebody to take away so that they can have all this information?
I do. Yeah. I usually, whenever I read online, but usually I'm getting paid, so.
Yeah, standard practice, and it's already recorded, so it's kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, totally. You could always go back and watch it later. So,
Chris, how you been? Been a while.
Yeah, doing okay. Just hanging out.
What are you processing?
I don't know. There's a lot of things.
Outsource of sleep.
What's up?
Outsource of sleep.
I didn't recognize Black Cat. Your voice is so low right now, like you're tired or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I call him Billy because that's the first name he used when I was with him.
Yeah, I use Black Cat because it's his Discord name in one of those servers.
Oh, that makes more
anyway,
sense.
What I've been processing, one thing I've been kind of going through is because Dragon's Neck, he actually set me up with a healthy gamer. I'm gonna try to not make this super long. He set me up with a healthy gamer account and told me to go watch all the videos. I don't know if he has a subscription or whatever, I assume. But anyway, so I was going through Dr. K, if anybody's familiar, and
oh yeah,
he's like a psychiatrist, therapist. I don't know what it's considered exactly, but
he's a psychotherapist. I don't really have much of good. I have a bad opinion on psychotherapists in general, but I actually don't have anything especially negative about him. But continue.
yeah. So I've listened to he had like 2 longer videos on emotions, and so that's been something really fun that I've been processing lately of kind of like trying to figure out how to pay attention, label, categorize, and how to get like emotions to, I guess, work for me in some kind of roundabout way. So that's one thing I've been processing. I could go on, but we'll stop there.
Yeah.
How to get emotions to work for you?
Like, yes, I don't know if that's quite what I'm trying to say, but more of like trying to navigate them, I guess, is probably maybe a better way to put it.
Have you taken
We're talking about that.
the emotional?
What's that?
Have you taken an emotional IQ test? Yeah, I found it very helpful.
Maybe I might have in the past. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know a good one for like $12.
That's a good deal. But yeah, I think therapists as a force for status quo. They don't really do anything to actually solve any problem at all. That's not their. They literally say that's not their job.
No, it's not. Yeah.
What are you processing about emotions? Like, what isn't working, quote unquote?
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of coming back to me now. So I think what it has been is it's been trying. The way I've been thinking about it is emotions. I think it's like another form of information at its core. Maybe there's a deeper part of it there, but it's like it's information about us and relations between us as individuals. And so it's been kind of like trying to understand that language more, I think, is what I think that's the core of what I'm getting at. Is I'm like, it's like a new language to discover, I suppose. Does that make a little bit more sense? Or like, you catch my drift? Yeah.
I would say that's just what Effie's doing all the time, but I'm not good at it. So
It's not just FI does that all the time too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What do you think FI, David?
Knowing this guy, it's just with the self. It has nothing to do, like when it comes to emotions with FI, and just being around him all the time. It's just, how do I feel? How do I want
in relationship to the environment? How do I feel in relationship to the environment?
Well,
that's what
I would assume that FI would seek other people who are running in parallel with the given objective of like the FI.
Yeah, it's an SE FI axis. So
Well, when I say running with the agenda, I mean it more in a metaphorical sense. I mean, you could have like two SE FI or FI SE people who are trying to do the same thing, like legitimately in like concurrent contexts, but FE is more of like understanding the kinetics of emotions, or like the wave of feelings across like multiple different people, where FI is trying to understand the parallel nature of emotional states and trying to like maybe if they're gregarious enough to link with other people who do the same thing. And that would be like beta SF, no, alpha beta gamma. Gamma SF has like that more pragmatic approach, I think.
Going back to the information side of it, the emotional information is attached to experience. So it's going to be hard for us to pull it out and look at it from all sides and observe it as just information. It's going to be hard for us to interpret it as information, even though I think I agree with you, it is information. It's going to be hard for us to interpret it in that way, just because it's so connected to experience. Like you do have to detach from experience in order to look at it and, analyze
it. So that kind of, I think, goes along with what I've been kind of like trying to kind of like meta process about myself, is trying to pay attention to the emotional state of each experience that I'm going through. And then like that helps me relate to other people and kind of, but yeah, it is very much tied to the experience. So it's like, what is my experience of waking up in the morning? What is my experience of eating at lunch? What is my experience of hopping here on stream? What is the information that's coming? It seems like it's information that's coming from me, because ultimately, like, we as individuals are the ones, we're having the emotional, whatever is affecting the emotions. It's complicated, but it's coming from us. So like it's like trying to pay attention to that part, because it's like it feels like a very physiological thing, where it's the physical aspect of the emotions along with how it's responding to the environment, and then like that connects you better with reality. I think something like that.
It also connects really strongly to the reward system. So like in order for you to learn and to adapt and all this kind of stuff, so you would get like an emotional reward in order to lead you to want more of that, or an emotional the opposite, whatever the opposite of reward is, like punishment, in order to keep you away from certain things. So it's like serving you as well. It's providing you that extra push to succeed or not to fail.
That actually leads into a kind of a secondary part of this that's probably been a little bit bigger for me, as I've been, and this is a very loaded term, so I mean this in like, I believe a technically precise sense, not in the generic sense, but like I've been processing trauma, like what's potential trauma. Obviously those are things from childhood that are like embedded. So what I'm examining is what are emotional responses I have towards reward or like negativity that are improperly aligned. So it's like, for instance, if what's a good example? So like if I have bad I have like a butt ton of really bad association with people showing like anger. Like for a long time, I had a probably even now to a large degree, but I'm way more aware of it. But a very like anger is just bad. There's no from myself, from others. It was always in my head. It was bad because I had so much negative association with it. But then that's been part of it, is like reprocessing. Okay, anger actually has a use, has a purpose, and it should be brought out at sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. So that's been kind of an interesting thing to examine and kind of figure out. Like, okay, what do I do with it now? Like if I get angry, obviously I shouldn't just fly off the handle all the time if I'm getting upset or whatever. So
yeah, as far as I know, it's connected to adrenaline, and it's the reaction that leads you to fight.
And I feel like that's been neutered in me. Like the ability to fight, I feel like I have such a hard time pulling it out, because there's such a like deep like rejection of it, where I'm like, that is just it has been so painted in my mind as just wholly negative. So it's hard to get that fight out. Like it feels like just this weird like internal explosion.
And so like the adrenaline, so when you do get adrenalized, that energy has to go somewhere. And so you're saying it's not going to fight. So where do you think it's going?
Yeah, I think it's just some kind of like a. I think
Freeze?
that's a really pertinent question. I think it's going towards action in a different place. So like a redirection. And it's also like a coping. So it's like I'm really angry about something, and it's like I have to do something. So it's like go do the dishes, go take out the trash, like chores and crap like that. Is I think where it tends to get redirected to. So
is it the it's like you channel the anger, so it's not necessarily like a spectrum of like displayed anger, and more of like a concise, pointed like towards affecting like your productivity potentially?
Yeah, because it's like there's nothing to do with it, so it just gets channeled into like take action. I think is the like most simple mechanism, but yeah, it gets very like pointed towards just take action because my body, like Benjamin said, it's like it's there, it's there. I have to deal with it. Like it has to come out. Yeah.
So what about whenever you're around people that are angry? How do you feel?
It kind of depends. So like Hank showed a video a couple weeks ago of him like yelling at somebody on stream. Like that's very funny to me. I found that very funny. Like the vibe of that is entertaining. But like if I was there and that happened, there would probably be a certain degree of like shock and panic. And then there's a lot of like what's the word? Like
anxiety.
Discomfort. Annie said it was discomfort, right? Is it what you were into it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think I like rationalize it away as like this person is just default like doing something wrong. So it kind of puts a bad picture on people as well, where like if people get angry, I'm immediately like, oh, they're bad. Like there's a little part of me that's like they're a bad person, they shouldn't get angry, which is obviously not necessarily correct all the time.
That's interesting. So you've got like more of a flight of that circuit. You want like you don't like it. You're trying to protect yourself, and you're like you want to go away, or you want it to go away by distracting yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel really close to a breakthrough with that because I can hear it in your voice.
Sorry, what's that?
It feels like there's tension. I like whenever you started talking, it sounded like that you had this tension. It's like I can feel it, like literally, like. So you're really close to getting a breakthrough with that, if you can figure out how to process it.
Yeah, presumably, yeah.
And there's a few things.
But yeah, you're right.
Oh, because I used to do that too. Like I would use my anger to like push through frustrations, like do things that I didn't want to do and stuff like that. And if you're a healthy person and not that, and not become dependent on like being triggered to get things done, then you have to figure out another way to get things done.
Yes, I think more of us pretty much touch the same object. We just want to identify it.
Sorry, what's that, Hank?
I think a bunch of us will touch the same object. We're just trying to identify it at this point.
Yeah, it's always in childhood, always.
Well, would you say that that's like a correlative experience if you're aware of the Enneagram 1 and how it uses like a piercing sense of rage or anger to affect change? Do you see like parallels to that?
I'm not familiar with Enneagram. It's been a couple of years. But where I'm at right now is kind of like Zephyr. I don't know if that's what you would go by.
That's correct. That's how you pronounce it. Zephyr A Voxel.
But it kind of the flip side of that is it feels like right now I've been really trying to think of like how do I take action if I don't have this mechanism. That's been like a huge part for me to like process right now. Because if the taking of action is always from like a kind of like weird repressed anger, then it's like, okay, now how do I do anything? Like I can't do anything if I don't have that kind of like unconscious motivation and mechanism.
Do what you love and don't do what you don't love, because you can't sustain it for very long, probably. Or you just learn to love things that you don't yet love.
Yeah. So I've gone down to a collection thing where I simulate issues that I had in the Paraverse and see if people can actually identify and troubleshoot. Because there's so many experts that cost a whole lot of money that actually don't have any idea what they're talking about, but they have credentials, so we have to worship them.
I think that's gonna go away soon because I think it's outcomes that are really important. If you could just find your niche. So I mean, like a lot of people that are very successful don't have degrees.
Exactly. Rolling back to the feeling thing, what I've noticed between savior feelers and non-savior feelers is the savior feelers use their emotions as a tool. Like it's not something to be afraid of or to avoid. It's something to be used. So I don't know. What you're talking about is using anger, and how do you direct it, like dark side style?
Flip it over, turn it into love.
I'm
I let me have an
savior
example. My video had an example, but it was too powerful. So it triggered Dave so much. He said he can't host a show. I have my own channel. I can always host there. So
I think that's it's a very powerful dynamic and not very common in the world to be capable of like finding a thing to transmute the negative into something at least neutral or positive. So think about things that you could do that would serve that function maybe and try them out.
And also so are you aware of Avatar: The Last Airbender, perchance?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Mike just cut out.
Trying to connect.
Okay. Sorry, my mic cut out. Was there something? Okay. Well, anyway, there's the part where like Zuko is trying to. Zuko's like a firebender for anybody who's not aware. Basically controls fire stuff. And one of the prime emotions for channeling that is anger. And he basically goes on a journey of, after helping his arch nemesis, like after trying to defeat him but then joining him, all of that fire and gusto suddenly disappears and he can't use his firebending abilities. So it's a similar parallel, which I think is interesting. By trying to acquire the same output of, I need to do these things, but using a different energy source in order to get that objective met. So it's very admirable, and that's something that I've dealt with before, and I think it's learning how to take like this. I guess like it's taking like energy and subtracting aggression, because I think aggression can be tacked onto that, like that energy that helps you to do stuff, but like learning how to.
It's an easy way to let the energy out. Yeah, the aggression.
Yeah, it's an avenue.
Exactly.
But if you can think about taking the anger that you do feel and then just like putting that into like that extra energy that it takes to be aggressive, or it might just be like a muscle flex. I don't know if my analogy is going anywhere, where you have to like take that and then put it even more into focus. So like taking aggression and putting it into focus of like, here's what I need to do. I'm going to go out and do it. And I'm going to use this feeling, maybe not even like labeling it as aggression, just like I feel this energy and I'm going to use it to achieve this objective. So because like the attaching like I am angry to I am energized. It's just like a little shift. And guess what? You can still meet your objective, but you're not dealing with like feeling unvirtuous, or like not having a virtue in that, oh, I'm angry. I have to get rid of the anger in order to find the virtue in what I'm doing and like the objective. Instead of just like,
yeah, that's a very great example of how a savior feeler will use feelings and can explain it very well. So it's really good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and being comfortable being angry might be useful too, because then you can use it in the constructive way when you need to, and without worry of blowing up or anything destructive.
Yeah, I don't necessarily worry about it being destructive. I know I can. I think here's kind of a little bit of the problem for me is oh, I don't know how much I want to go down this rabbit hole.
You're in a safe place. We'll only bring it
Let's
up in the
find
next
out.
5 visits.
Yeah, let's find out. Go.
No judgment from me. I mean,
Yeah. We'll only throw it
no,
back in your face a few times. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the judgment. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
It's just like, how much do I want to sit here and ramble on for? So I was reading. My brother had given me, if anybody's familiar, Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning.
Yep.
Yeah. And as I was reading it, there was like a part of me that was, and I feel like saying this has like so many problems of like, what's the word? What am I trying to say? It sounds, I guess it just sounds ridiculous, but there's like a part of me that's like, going to the concentration camp sounds amazing to me. And I'm like, I saw that in myself and I'm like, what is that? And I thought about it, and then I connected it to realizing, like, if I was in the concentration camp, I would have like direction would be easy, making decisions would be easy, and being able to take action would be easy, because it's such a negative. Yeah, it's like it's constrained, but it's such a negatively charged, like there's injustice, there's and like you have to like push through and aggressively fight against. And I'm like, when that tension is removed from life, which I feel like it currently has been for probably about 8 months or so, I feel like there's been like it's like I have no response if there's nothing pushing back. If there's nobody pushing back, like pushing in a very negative sense, then it's like I don't know how to respond to that not being there. So it's like, how do I get that response back but not sabotage my life to being a mess, is kind of like the, I guess, if that makes sense.
You know what I would do? I would create a mind form that would do that inside your head to you for yourself. And it's you, so it's safe. I give my file guy, he's the one that remembers those words that I can't recall. And if I just release it, once I ask for that to happen, it's almost instantly. It pops in my head. It used to take longer, like 5 or 10 minutes, but I created he's called the file guy. And whenever I can't remember a word or I'm looking for something that I had earlier, I just go, file guy, where did I put it? Or what is that word? And then I have to do something else to let go of that, wanting to try and find that myself in my head, because that gets in the way. And then it just happens. So you just create yourself a mind form, a character that takes the cheerleader kind of persona, or the coach, whatever works best for you.
I had to put out a disclaimer. Just like all other kinds of programming, it's not completely safe unless you design it really, really specifically, really, and do it really well, and do lots of testing. Otherwise there'll be undefined behavior you didn't expect that could cause problems.
But you can also edit it if it causes problems. It's like, I gaslight myself all the time, and it's only dangerous if you forget. And then nobody can gaslight you.
Pretty much.
My StreamYard like crashed or something. I missed the last like 2 minutes.
Oops. Well, I could go over it again. Where did we leave off? Because did you hear about the mind form? You could create a mind form that would take the place of that, like a cheerleader or a coach or like something in your head, and make a personality, and then you just ask it for what you want. Say, hey, I need some ooh, cheerlead me, or because I did that myself. I have the file guy. He remembers things, and
I mean, if it works for you, do it.
I feel like that wouldn't be effective, but I suppose I'll have to try it out.
Also, I need to head out, guys, but I really appreciate you all.
Thanks for coming, Jesse. Come back again, please.
Oh, of course, yes. I'll be around on the Discord and all that stuff. But again, just want to say thank you, everybody, for taking the time to listen and have me a part of the discussion as well.
See you in the lab.
All right.
Yeah, appreciate
later.
it.
All right.
I think a lot of my solutions are probably not like things that would work really well for all people. But
that could be very true as well. Yes.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about this guy who killed the CEO and his anger? what do you think happened with that?
overreaching. But
I think it was a social anger too. I think he was absorbing a lot from his peers.
It's class warfare, but there's two higher class people. They just eat a lot. They eat each other all the time. So I don't really
Like there's a shared.
too much of it.
There's if like 50% of the people are agreeing with him, there's obviously like a shared representation there, like a shared
It's
morality or something shared there that leads everyone to have the same conclusion.
did you watch any of the news about like his background and like the things
No, I didn't know. I didn't look into it at all. People are talking about it, so I'm just bringing it up.
a
Go
lot
ahead.
He had injuries. He had moved to Hawaii, and he had some back injury. He was surfing or something like that. And
Apparently, he's not even the same. It's not even this CEO. He's not like. Apparently, there's different medical things you can belong to in the U.S. I don't even know what they're called. Medicare, all this stuff.
Health insurance companies.
Right.
They're called health
Right.
insurance companies.
So this guy wasn't even connected to him or any of his family members.
he wasn't.
He was
no.
he was in a very different company or whatever.
Yeah. And it was an adjuster that denied it. Maybe, I don't know. Guess nobody's going to find out who his adjuster was.
Yeah, they don't get a picture on the website. But they are ordered by that chain of command on what to do.
There's also
And
like
his
a very
command was a freaking chatbot.
there's a very high revolutionary energy in society right now as well, and a lot of people want to take matters in their own hands. I think I'm seeing that a lot, and like you saw it with the assassinations as well, the assassination attempts on Trump, and people were cheering that on even. So it's like there's something going on there.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much it's either going to be a class war or a world war for the United States, and I would prefer the former, to be honest.
I know of 3 in the last month
Internal.
that killed their entire families. Like there was one in Nevada, then there was one over here in Los Lunas, and my mom said that there was one up by Farmington. So it's like that's a lot, like in a month. Like people usually you don't hear of people offing their whole families.
Yeah, so that emotional energy is in the tribe, whatever that is, and it has to be directed somewhere.
I think it's just a lot of unhappiness with the current system. That's my guess.
Yeah, it's part of the
Game and OI observer shit.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing though, like there's that's one way to look at it. The other side of the coin is there's an underappreciation for the systems as well. because a lot of the systems are very good, or a lot better than not having a system. You know what I mean?
That's
so, yeah.
Yeah, and any like thought form you make the past dysphoria caused by system will have a lot of undefined behavior in it. So it's not
Yeah.
not a complete solution.
Systems are obviously not perfect as well. Like there always room for improvement, and some systems are bad. Like you're saying, some systems need to get rid of. But like an overarching, let's destroy all systems is what happened in Maoist China, and it didn't work out well.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to break something if I don't have at least have an idea of how it works. But there's people who just say it's bad, we should break it
Right.
now, and just
like I was saying with
force.
exactly like I was saying with getting rid of money. Yeah, you can get rid of money, but money is solving a problem, and you need an alternative to solve that problem before you can get rid of money.
Yeah, or get rid of secrets. I mean, if you most of those people who say get rid of secrets won't turn over their passwords because they know how important secrets are in protecting yourself. Even Jesus in the Bible says to keep some of his miracles secret.
Are you quoting Jesus on why to keep secrets?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, absolutely.
All right.
I'm a bird for a debate still.
All right, Hank.
This is when we know it's time for Hank to leave. Okay, no. He fell off the deep end. Okay.
Yeah,
But yeah, keep your secrets. I agree.
your secrets.
I'm okay to keep my secrets, but just some people say I shouldn't keep my secrets, and they refuse to explain why, except God told them to tell me. And that's not good enough reason.
Yeah.
Well, there's no secrets between you and God, but there can be secrets between you and us. All good.
That's a very nice way of putting it.
I wanted to go back to emotions because Chris brought it up. But I was told recently, because I was processing with a friend, that if I was able to be more emotionally intelligent, I would be as well-rounded as they come, whatever that meant.
Maybe you need to take an EIQ test too. See where your gaps are.
I suppose.
It's
I think
fine.
for me, it kind of goes back to what Chris was talking about, because like I bottle up my anger quite a bit, which is also kind of why I go to the gym. That's one of the reasons. But
yeah, it's a good use of it. Yeah. Angel, I think you're a lot more emotionally intelligent than you give yourself credit for, and what you're feeling is just your responsibility and not your lack.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, see, like even that, like I can't. I don't know. Yeah, it's just. I guess I'm over processing the emotions, and
You could be ruminating. That's one thing that I was low on my EIQ test.
What was that?
Rumination, like just thinking about something like over and over and over and thinking like, like, and you get trapped in that, like it kind of like makes a tension inside of you, and it just kind of like eventually it builds up, and you just something has to go somewhere.
Well, Ben, you said that I'm I'm pretty emotionally intelligent, and so I'm processing the responsibility of it. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, you're processing the responsibility and not the lack.
So then, what I guess that makes sense, because also I'm kind of like, what next? Like, what? Okay, now what? I think that's kind of where I'm at right now, when it comes to emotions. But also just being last, like, I don't know, like, I guess actually blasting productively is difficult. Like, I've been really hyper aware of that lately as well.
Yeah.
I need to
I mean,
blast.
the one question I see the blasters always ask is, what is the point of this? What is the use of this knowledge? Like, what is the use of me sitting here looking at this right now? And if you're constantly asking yourself that question, like, I would say your blast would go up. Just my guess. Because that's what they're always asking.
That is correct.
Yeah.
What's the use of this?
Yeah.
What is the use of what I'm looking at right now?
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, I don't feel that. I don't ask that at all. Like, I'm with you. I need to do more of that too, buddy.
Like, so, and it kind of goes back to Dr. K. I was watching a video from Dr. K about being happy alone, which I would say I'm relatively happy alone. But I can survive on my own. But he mentioned one of the parts of so I guess there's like 3 variables. I wouldn't call it parts, it's variables, but there was a second variable. He called it generativity, or I would say generating. And basically he said to do like things that produce value for yourself. So like he said, for an example, he gardens. So gardening would be an example, writing.
Nice. What do you think about that, Chris?
Sorry, I was not quite fully paying attention. What was like
So
last
there's actually a purpose to
seconds?
this information now. Yeah, come pay attention.
So Dr. K, I don't know if you heard that part. He was talking about being happy alone. And one of the parts he was talking about was generativity, or generating value. That's how I'm thinking of it, because to me that's quite literally my last. But anyway, basically like gardening.
Value's just an opinion, though.
Writing. What was that?
Value's just an opinion. Have you watched Benjamin's latest video?
On
value.
On value.
Yeah.
Well, and I agree, and that's what I was gonna get at, is like I think when it comes to like being happy alone, I mean, there's variables, but what that variable is, that whatever that number is, you have to figure that. So whatever that, you have to figure that number out for yourself. Is what I'm trying.
You're missing the end of the book. It sounds like you need to know what the end of the book is so that you know how to fit all of the pieces to get there.
Yeah. Are you telling me, or are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking. Yeah. Or telling, whatever. You tell me.
Well, I'm trying to understand what your question was, because.
Well, it sounds like you need to know the end of the book before you figure out all the pieces. Like
Target.
Yeah, Angel.
Nemo, can you double there for me? I'm confused.
So he's trying to say where you have to, in this scenario, you have to know all the different parts to fulfill you and your emotions to be able to fill it, and what actions need to fit in where to put in place to fulfill your emotions.
Yeah.
Right, and so the thing is, you don't know where to put them or how to put them because you don't know how the book ends.
Right, because else you're just going to be putting actions all over the place, and it's going to be not in the right place, in the right order.
Oh, okay, I see what you said. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Yes.
Right.
But going into the new year, I think I'm gonna. Well, no, I am going to focus more on producing, quite literally just producing, whatever that might be for me. But obviously, one of them is being here, talking with you guys, making YouTube videos. I'm gonna write more. I mean, I kind of write, but it's only like every 6 months or something.
And he's going to do a FE New Year's resolution.
Yeah, I'm gonna FE.
You're not slapping your book every morning with a pen?
No. I mean, and I used to actually, so before I took this more seriously, I was an aspiring singer, so I would write songs, and so I mean, I still have them on my phone, but I'm thinking of going back into that. So, though I will say for you, Chris, it sounds like you probably need to experience yourself more. I think, from my perspective, that's just me though.
I mean, that lines up with his type.
Yeah.
It's just like SF consume. You need to do more of that.
Like quite literally. And like, I don't know, figure out what that means for you, but I would say you need to experience yourself more.
Is Chris here? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was more processing the
Yeah, I
information.
don't-
side. I mean, he got a good energy dump lesson. I think that's good.
Yeah, actually, Chris had
Is
a
that
question.
wait? Is that what that was?
Yeah. He's not wrong.
Go
You can still
ahead.
take it. You need to experience yourself more.
But yeah, Chris, I saw your interview with Kendrick like a few months ago or whatever. I just saw like the first 30 minutes, whatever. Yeah, I was wondering how. Well, first off, what your social number is, and second off, how do you see the distinction between like 1 and 3, like in your play out in your life?
Yeah, I think I do believe I'm the number one. Yeah, I don't know about 3 specifically, but I feel like I see I see like a general vibe of people where they like look at companies and they're like, I don't know, it feels you look at a company, or you're like, why did my boss make me why did he force me to move over to this location in the office, I guess, for instance. And to me, it's like they're blind to what's going on throughout the entire company. Like they don't see it from the top down. That's just one thing that I see with people seemingly what would be like 3s and 4s. Like I remember one time I was having a conversation with somebody that was saying like in OPS, Dave and Chan, like they used to put out so many videos, but now they don't put out videos anymore. And I'm like, well, yeah, but they're producing the live streams and they're trying to put out these new products of like retyping and social typing and type your family and all this other stuff. And they're also trying to get the website done. And I'm like, there's all these other things going on. And it feels like people are just blind to that. Like presumably a 3 or 4. So I don't know if I am a 1, that I suppose that would make sense. If not, then maybe that's something else going on. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do see that because like I don't know my type, but I know for a fact I'm a 1 for sure. And it's like it's weird because it's like I was just processing how like presumably you're not exactly like a number 1 stereotype as well, with like the chain and the Jordans and like trying to one up.
Where's your delusional ass vision, Chris?
Well, let me I quickly want to say I think that's a selection bias. I think that's a selection bias because the only ones you're going to be picking out of celebrities are the over the top ones that are driving for like some like they're Logan Paul, Jake Paul retards,
But
and it's like,
do you want to be the god of your world?
Yeah, where's the INTJ scam?
Is that
it's
think that
under
is a
production.
1 trait? Is that a 1 trait? Like being delusional of some sort? Because I
It's the one I see. Don't take my
like,
word for it.
I don't know.
No, don't listen to me. But
I think that's an
But I'm
everybody
saying-
trait. Everyone's delusional.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then,
I think
how
that-
delusional do you want to be?
Yeah, I agree. That's an everyone trait.
It's especially a Hank trait.
It's. I think they craft their delusions a lot more carefully. The ones.
They have a bigger delusion to craft. Yeah, something like that.
Something like
Whatever
that.
you want to take from it.
Or a
You
lot,
want to be,
a lot more
let me ask this.
carelessly.
Do
They
you want
craft
to be
it
delusional or do you
carefully,
want
but
not
it's
be
careless.
delusional?
Yeah.
Which
long
is
as
the
it's
Lulu, the Salulu? You see, I don't want to be delusional anymore, so I'll ask a question.
No,
Benjamin, did you
We
already
were
change-
actually learning from a real one, Dave. So Chris was trying to tell us, and so are you sure you're a 1, Chris?
I mean, like, what does that mean in this context?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Well, what Trisha meant like a
using?
while back was like all of your scams and all of your world domination is just something you're keeping hidden from us, and it's actually there.
That's
Yeah, no, that's what it is. Yeah,
Exactly.
Because like I'm not like, why would I
We
come on
figured
here
out the
and
puzzle.
sell crap? Like that's weird. That's weird. That's
Right,
not
exactly.
like appropriate for this context. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
We're just on a lower rung of the ladder. That's all. It's all good. We got it.
OP won an Enneagram 1. But to make that's your
Like I've literally thought before of like, who would my financial advisors be, like from the here, that like if I become the president, like who would I or not, did I say financial? I'm tired. Who would my advisors be? And so I'm like, okay, Benjamin would be one, maybe get David
shit.
there. I'm like, who?
I'll
Yeah.
be advisor. Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's take over the world, man.
Yeah,
I'll be your
exactly.
brother. Let's do it.
Yeah. When I get there, you better bet you're getting a call. I'm like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I need your double observations.
I'm like, oh my god, one of my big targets is coming up with team. What a coincidence. It's awkward silence.
Oh, no, I don't know.
No, it's not awkward silence. It's an autism break.
Question. I have a question for Benjamin. Did you already like change the roles? Did you give Annie power over the stream?
Yeah, just
Okay.
did.
I was noticing that my task button, like when I open it, it just goes to blank page now. I was trying to join stream on the other account, and it wasn't letting me in. So I was like, has to be the only way. So there you go. It's official. Very nice.
It's not official. Annie is trying it out. Let's put it that way.
Oh, interning. Nice. Intern. I can teach you the ropes.
Yeah, but she's welcome to do it because she's here from the beginning to the end always, and that's basically all I really need. Just
I'm here from.
No, better than me.
From the beginning until maybe 2 for me, which is midnight in Israel, because I think that's enough. Because I've seen Dave stay on so long, and I can't hang. Like
that's what I'm saying. You're filling the role of a sleep last as a play last. This is like what is that? Like, but like it's okay. It's just gonna change the vibe.
Yeah. I think I'd have to cut it off at 2 because it's just too much. It's kind of draining. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben, I also have a question for you. So I don't have as much consume as Angel does, so I can't keep up with the news in the East. I saw there's like the whole deal with Syria and but I just don't know what's going on because the headlines change every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see what's up.
Well, everyone's waiting to see what the intentions of this new leader in Syria is. Everyone's trying to guess and say what it's going to be and, catastrophize all that stuff. But no one really knows where his intentions lie. And they're trying to look at his past to try to cycle it out. But I actually saw a documentary. Well, I read a book about it. What happened when ISIS finally took over and they started making their state. And don't get me wrong, ISIS murderers and horrible stuff they were doing to people during the war. But then after the war, they're like, okay, everyone who's still alive, it doesn't matter if you're friends or enemies, you get all equal rights, all this kind of stuff. So it's like, what is he actually going to do now? Is he going to do that part? Because okay, yeah, all of his past war crimes, sure, charge him at some point, but let's stabilize the region. You know what I mean? Get these people to stop killing each other. Yeah.
Because I saw that the leader or whatever left or something. And...
Yeah, Assad. Yeah, and they're just uncovering all of the mass graves that he had there. Yeah. Horrible guy. Yes. Yeah. He was there way too long. 50 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask, why is there? Did the unrest in the Middle East start with the fall of the Ottoman Empire, or was it always like that? Or why do you think it is the way it is?
It's an old region of the world. All of the major world powers have always gathered around the Mediterranean, and it's one place in the Mediterranean. So it's always been involved in these empires. So I mean, the West is just young. It'll happen to them too, right? But hopefully not. Hopefully, guys will stabilize and stop shooting drones or whatever the hell's going on over there. Yeah. No, it is a global world, and that's where all of our history. I think it's like a shared history there. We can all learn from it, right? And so it's always been in turmoil, and that's just the way the world was. So it's not just that region.
I feel that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting though that you have a center of that conflict zone, and then as things go further and further away from it, it's or further and further away from the big cities and where all of power and money and all that stuff is focused. People are trying to get away from society and civilization more in those rural areas, I think.
Yeah, it's here in the West too, and
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like what Angel was talking about, he was talking about like what he said was, I think, is like on a true, like what you said, it could work. Like it's in a perfect world, there's no currency, but on practicality is like, how do we get there?
How do you get there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
So that's why I like my financial system, is because like it's, as you get more efficient with the forms of currency you have, like the currency naturally destroys itself. So over time there will be no currency. Whereas like with money, you don't have that mechanism. That mechanism doesn't even exist. Everyone's just trying to make more and more money and make it more and more relevant.
Oh, actually, it does. It's called inflation.
And it's
Right,
also
inflation.
object, and like that level of abstraction of the value, like I think in primate brains especially, like creates like this, that like triggers your greed circuit. Like you just want more and more and more. There's never enough. It's like, because these guys have all the capital in the I mean, like all the
Well,
people.
yeah, because like
Like-
a huge part of money is that value side of it, and the value side of it, you can change value for work. Which how can you do that? Change work for work. What is this changing value for work? Like value is generative, and if you figure out how to game the system and generate all of that value, then you get all of this work for free. You can get slaves basically, or armies, or whatever you want.
wage slaves.
Right.
Yeah, I think.
Darren,
Sorry, go ahead.
oh no, I was gonna say like Darren Brown level generating value out of nowhere through people's heads making value.
I don't think it's a bad thing to generate value. It's a good thing for people to generate value in the world, but using that as a currency, like that should be something we're all doing anyways. You know what I mean? Like that should be your goal in life, is to generate value.
Yeah.
And so like using that as a currency, then as it's for work or for something else. Like you get people who can work their entire lives and then not have enough money to build a house. Like you could get a job building houses, and so like basically build an entire house, but just not have enough to build your own house.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah.
Or people retire and then they die.
Right. So, but I mean, in that world, you would have done all of that work. So if you wanted to buy that work to have your house built, you're done. Like you've given that work. It's there. What else do you have to pay? You got to get land. You got to, right? Well, why is land capitalized by some people? Why is land, right? Land is like something that nobody owns. At the end of the day, you're gone. You don't own it. You don't stay here. There's no ownership of you, right? So it's and like animals have rights to land. Like you have to give animals like a square piece of land in order otherwise it's animal cruelty and you can't raise that animal, right? So capitalism kind of protects them and gives them land, but some people don't know where to sleep. They go on a park bench. They don't have land. Nothing.
Yeah, but there's a just world hypothesis, and I guess if they don't have it, they don't deserve it, right?
Right.
They should just think hard about having a rich uncle. Then it would have happened if they were just their soul was good enough or something. Whatever excuse you want to make.
Right. And the thing is, though, like that also drives production. If you value production, there's always this distinction between landowners and people that don't have land. And the landowners were always the masters. Like in England, you were a lord if you owned land, right? That's how the system worked. And so some people didn't own land and they had to work. So they're exchanging land for work, which is like, it's crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you agree to change? Like this guy doesn't have to work at all and he just gets free work from everybody because he owns land.
Because God said so.
But then you get these feudalistic societies that can actually build and advance the world in some way. Like this imbalance does create something. So I don't know how to find that magic balance, but I think, I don't know. Splitting off the currency is the first step.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah, because there's theories to where it's like the reason why capitalism is the way it is I kind of made this comparison to Angel with why Utah works and the rest of America doesn't work as well. It's because there's the and like what you said, there's the people below like in feudalism, the workers of the kingdom, and then in the higher ranks, there's the nobles and then the kings, whatever. But taking this to the point to where in capitalism is to where there's the working class and the middle class, to where in the average United States, and then there's the whatever higher class, whatever. But anyways, as to where that's why where Utah works is because there is no working class below, as everybody is able it just doesn't exist because everybody's above that. It just everybody's already past that. So it's like there's no.
One of the things I saw in COVID was when everybody was forced to stay home who wasn't required by society, you actually got to see who is actually required by society. And like society still functioned. We still got everything we needed. Like I don't understand how society continued to work if everyone was being segregated that way, right? It's crazy. So like the amount of work that actually has to be done in the world is very low. We're just working so much we don't even realize it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what Angel says, and that goes into a point to where Angel said that, and I was like, okay, about his perfect world theory, I guess you would call it. How we, of course, applying it to the U.S. is a different story, but applying it to a tribe of 20,000 people might be easier. But the thing is, how would you do it? Is the question in my head, because practically
that's a good question to have. I like that question. Yeah. First of all, you have to get them on board with it, which is the hardest part in my opinion. But I'm Demon Tribe, so Demon Blast.
I'm all about that.
Nice.
Yeah, so like a tribe of 20,000 people, it could work, but I just they're still having the whole the technicalities of it, but yeah.
Sweet, man. Yeah, I mean that's a perfect, like if you can figure out a tribe that would want to adopt a new system or something like that, it's a perfect testing ground. And if they fail, like whatever, just another abused tribe. It's all good, right?
Yes. We have like what? 200 other tribes to try.
I mean, that's what you guys are there for, just to abuse, right?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, that's
no. If you can break through that stuff, that's amazing. Yeah. If you can actually figure out something better for the world, like that'd be a really good contribution for sure.
What tribe are you right now? Like
we're Cheyenne from the Cheyenne tribes of Oklahoma. We're here in Oklahoma City right now.
Awesome.
But we have family out west in Albuquerque, which is like Laguna and Wingay.
I'm not familiar with that.
Oh.
Not the second one.
Oh.
Laguna, I know Laguna Pueblos, yeah.
Nice.
But I'm from Farmington, which is like, it's Navajo
land.
Yeah. I have a friend that is a medicine.
Wow, so you've seen the
Yeah, he called me a rainbringer.
Rainbringer.
Oh, I'm actually glad you guys are on because I this is so weird. I saw this documentary. Not a documentary, like this guy doing like top 10 lists of where is it, Vietnam. And so like I just watched one of these top 10 lists is like, okay, yeah, one of the things in Vietnam is it's legal to eat dog, and in the US it's not. And I was like, and he was like, but it's changing because people are starting to like realize that you shouldn't eat dog here. So people are eating dog less, but it's still legal. Anyways, I thought it was a cool thing I saw this week.
That's funny.
Nice. No connection to anything here though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see the relevance, but interesting.
Yeah, no relevance. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off. I feel that what I was trying to do here, but so I'm gonna get off here. And
yeah, you're awesome, Hank, man. Thanks. I got to jump off too at some point. So.
See you later, Hank. Have a wonderful day.
If you say so.
Well, you should from here on out. That's what I was suggesting.
Annie, do you want to stick around in the background, or you're gonna jump off too? Because I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, I can stay for just a little bit because I'm trying to see how this works, but I do have a client coming.
All right, make sure you hit the end stream when you're done.
Okay, right there. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. All right, later, guys. Thanks
bye.
Everyone.
See you, Ben.
Oh, bye, Ben. Bye, Ben.
Bye, Ben.
Oh, Dave's still here. I can't.
I am
you.
still here. I'm
Yeah.
still here. What's up?
Yeah, I entered in because I just want to see what it looks like. So when I first entered in, like I was here, but I wasn't on screen, and I'd hit add stage. So if somebody comes in, then you just
First, you
hit
want to
the
know if
add.
they're real. You want to know if they're
Yeah,
real. So if you know them
right.
already, then like add them. You know, if they have a camera on. But
Yeah,
if
what are
they don't
your
have a
tricks
camera,
to figure out
yeah,
if they're real?
you've seen Benjamin do it. One, you can click on like the three dots, and you can see if they're authenticated by YouTube. That's like first sign. If they're
Mm-hmm.
not, they're probably fake. And then
Mm-hmm.
also just ask them to hold up, turn on their camera, hold up the fingers, you know, do something. Hold up one finger, hold up two fingers.
And if they pull down their pants and they're showing you their penis, then
Yeah, you'll see that a lot. Yeah.
you'll just go like stop mic cam, and that kicks them out.
You ban them. Yeah. You
How
press
do
the three
you
little
ban them?
dots next to
Uh-huh.
their name, and then you can do like
Yeah.
kick, or you can just do ban. But yeah, you want to
Okay.
ban the trolls.
Yeah, mine doesn't say those words, kick and ban, when I click on the dots, but oh, that's because
Doesn't
I was clicking on myself. Never mind. Got it.
you can't ban yourself.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'm just
Right.
trying to, because observer stuff, this whole menu looks different, so I'm trying to like
No, feel free to ask.
familiarize myself.
What other questions might you have?
Yeah, not much for right now. I think I need to learn how to like screen share at some point,
Oh, right. Yeah,
Um,
you'll have to let other people screen share, and that's just a press of a button. You'll see their image pop up like they do, and then you just click on that to add to screen. It's pretty simple.
yeah, and avoid copyright stuff.
Yeah, I'll try to like. How about we do a little test run of that?
Okay.
So I'm gonna share my screen, and then you should be able to click on it, like the middle of it.
Oh, okay. So you shared it. Okay.
And then you're also
How
able
do
to
I
take it down.
how do I share a screen if I
How do
wanted to
you
share?
share? Is you go to the TV with the plus icon at the bottom, and then you click on that, and then you press share screen. And then you should see a window with 3 tabs. You can select a Chrome tab. You can share a specific tab. You can share a specific window, like you can share Google Chrome or Discord, or
Okay.
you could share just your entire screen.
Yeah, my only tab that's open is the CRG email, so I won't screen share that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And last
got
thing
it.
is make sure you're sharing the audio tab audio, or not sharing it if it's like a music video. If you're sharing a music video, we don't want the stream to get suspended, so you could turn
Yeah.
off the share audio thing. You see that button?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, enough observer stuff. I'm glad I helped you
Okay.
out, but I'm getting
Observer
bored.
stuff, yeah. Yeah.
I feel other people getting bored. Anyways, yeah, you want to end the stream soon, or you want to talk a little bit more, or I could talk to you more after the stream if you need.
No, I mean, I think I'll just learn by playing around. Like, I'll show up next week and, learn more.
Okay.
Yeah. What is your job?
What is my job? So I learned actually this morning I did not get the job, unfortunately.
Oh.
It's kind of sad. But no, I'll be looking for a new job today. Probably working at Amazon.
Oh no.
No.
They're on striking. They're striking. You can join and strike.
Yeah, how about I just do that? No, I just wanted to work for over the holidays.
I mentioned earlier, the guy started, he was an Amazon warehouse worker. So that's interesting coincidence or synchronicity.
Yeah, I just want to do something with hands-on, kind of like what would make the most sense to you is like I want to be like Russ, you know. That's like the easiest.
A physical thing. You can join a construction crew and help with like drywall, like
handyman.
new homes construction. Yeah.
That's what I did for 15 years. Handy person. It's never the same. It's never boring. It's pretty easy. I mean, like it's hard physical sometimes, but it's there's a learning curve for the skills. It's not too steep.
Mm.
You can learn everything you need to know from YouTube videos, pretty much.
Yeah, that's where I've started. I've started studying for one of the exams you have to take for like trades work.
Yeah.
But that's the direction I was heading. Like school, it's just been hard for me. I'll be taking like school in smaller amounts, and then just becoming more like Russ.
Yeah, so learning a trade, like what trade are you interested in?
I'm interested in all of them, so I'll start generally, and then.
Or you could just do all of them.
I can just do all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 2 style. Like,
if you are open to moving to Oklahoma City, there's an opening.
For what?
Noted.
Oh yeah.
You can work with a kinesthetic INTJ, sleep blast. That'll you want physical, that's physical.
All right, Memo. Maybe or Angel or Manuel, I might have to take you up on that. I might have to move all the way out to Oklahoma from Indiana for that one job.
That far.
No, I'm being sarcastic. I'm being sarcastic.
I do not get sarcasm. Fair warning. I just always take it seriously.
Oh, noted. Yeah, I'm very sarcastic. So.
Oh, it's funny. You'll laugh at me. It's fine.
No, work is interesting. I've been talking to a lot of people about it and just seeing like the fact that I'm an IP and that it looks like I have everything together when I don't. Right? And I'm actually freaking out, but it's hard to share that. Kind of hide away when that happens. Yeah. And
like,
I'm calm with the pathway stuff. Yeah, stuff like that. Just gaining more consciousness every day. That's what it feels like. But also, Sleep Last Crash is coming soon. I did not sleep last crash the other day. I was up for 42 hours with only 2 hours of sleep. I was still going somehow. Like, I don't know what my body's doing.
I did that.
Yeah, so like I'm definitely in a life-changing kind of scenario, kind of weak. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's good. You're leveling up. It's the.
I got really scared. I got all this anxiety is coming through. It's funny you say that because I was like, you're so right. You're so right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a part of the process of growth, I guess. The Jedi Masters say that. I don't know if it's true, but they say it's true, so it's true. So.
Is this true? So I had this image of a rocket just starting to go up and just burn up as it flies into space. Like that was the image that like I was like having so much anxiety, racing thoughts, sweating and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden this image of like a rocket, flying up into space, like. And it burning was also like a key. Yeah, it's just that imagery kind of stuck in my head. And then, funnily enough, I was watching my friend play Kerbal Space Program the next day. You know that game? Kerbal Space Program? I was watching him. It was like a synchronicity of literally the exact image I was seeing the day before. He was flying a rocket into space. And like I just got so zoomed in. He's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, so give me a second." And I was like, it was like 10 minutes, like just like Kerbal Space Program takes a little bit for everything. So yeah, it's just funny, kind of funny synchronicity there.
I think it's gonna start amping up more. So prepare, get used to it. It's always fascinating.
Mm-hmm. I'm nervous for it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, turn that into excitement. So easy.
Yeah.
Just like Benjamin said earlier with the turning one thing into another too. It's the same thing with being anxious or fearful. You could just make it exciting, just fake it till you make it. It works.
Yeah, that's good. Makes sense.
I had so much anxiety as a kid that like I couldn't talk to strangers on the phone. I couldn't like drive until I was like 17. But I still sometimes get nervous, but
yeah.
Now I just go, whoa, woohoo, this is exciting. It seems silly, but feels a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. I was at my buddy's house. They have 2 new kittens, Max and Milo, and yeah, having them was really nice. They're so cute.
Nice.
I had 4 cats, and I moved in with my fiance, and he has big dogs that like to eat cats, so I had to give all my kitties away. But I love kitties.
Nice. Well, yeah, you're still leveling up because, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I was in that same predicament too. Like what, like 2 months ago? Because it's like,
Wow.
as an IP, you like you build this big image, like, oh, I go to school, whatever. Oh, I went to Israel. I have this going on with my tribe. Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
man, you're
But it's
traveling.
like it falls apart because like for me, for example, like, oh, I'm just back here at home with my parents, and it's like now I'm just chilling for the holidays. But it's like
Right.
yeah, as a fraud.
Yeah, yeah. Let's explain it. Like when I hang out with my buddy, it's like I feel like I regret. Like he's my childhood friend. He like, lived on the same street, and like when I hang out with him, it's like I get regressed back into the old version of me. But then it's like I come hop on here, and it's like okay, now I can discover a new person, and then now I have to leave here and go discover a new person with a new tribe. You know, kind of the sleep last running around different tribes. It's like to some degree, but like every tribe I am taking, whatever I gave is like I feel like I'm taking with me. You know, so it's like I feel like I wanted to give a lot to here, give a lot to you guys, and help out over the last 8 months now. Oh wow, I've been doing this a lot longer than I thought, and it's definitely hit me pretty hard, and it's been really helpful. And you know, seeing you also traveling and starting your journey, and now you're back home with Manuel. That's nice. It's nice to see you guys together, and just also a bunch of other people as well. You know, Christopher. We've had talks too, and Zephyr. I think this is the first day we met. Yeah, it is. And then
Yeah, you're cool. I like you.
thank you. Most people do.
Everyone, but I don't like everyone.
Okay. And then Annie. I've been wanting to talk with Dreams with you, but I've been waiting a long time because I know it's deep processing, and I know you're smart enough for that and mature enough. So.
Yeah, whenever you want. You know, I talk
Yeah.
to a lot of people in the community. I just people book on my calendar with a Zoom link.
I had a feeling. Like they book
Yeah,
with
I'd
you.
be happy to. Yeah. Yeah, and that's just like a free thing. You know, I just have conversations with people. So if you ever want to do that, let me know and I'll send you a link.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to discuss our dreams somewhat.
Mhm.
Or my dreams. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah, that's this tribe right here. Is anybody watching? We have any viewers?
It's like, so are you in the back end the same way that I am right now?
So no, I don't get to see the viewers now. But the
there's
viewers.
an eyeball with a 4.
So there's 4 people watching. One of them is me. So.
Okay. People watch the replay though. You know, I see, you know, the next day people watch it on replay.
Yeah, yeah. Some people like to watch it and hang out and, you know, watch it for the day. You know.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
well, I do have to take a shower and get ready for my
I don't have much more to
appointment.
say. I think it's a good time to end it now.
So we're done. Yeah. Okay. I'll do my very first ending of the stream if everyone's ready.
Memo, let's salute Annie as she does her first ending.
Bye guys. See you guys later.
See you later.
I'm glad I clicked the
Take
link.
care.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna leave until you ended it.